think we'll give folks another minute or so to get on. Still waiting for a few. Okay, I think we can go ahead and get started. I'll turn the meeting back over to Leanne.
All right, thank you, Aaron, and welcome everyone. Welcome back to this meeting of the CASAC Ozone Panel for the purpose of deliberating on the 2020 ISA in order to help us prepare for our future deliberation on the policy assessment. Today, we plan to focus on health endpoints, starting with respiratory effects, then moving to cardiovascular effects, and ending with mortality effects. I'm hoping we can complete our deliberations in 4 hours, although we have 6 hours scheduled if needed. Before we start with the first agenda item, I invite Steve Dutton to lead introductions of any additional EPA staff who are joining us today.
Great, thank you, Leanne. I appreciate the opportunity. So yeah, I introduced myself on Monday along with a number of the folks working on the welfare and ecology aspects of the ISA. So today I would invite the health folks to go ahead and pop on their cameras and say a quick hello. Let me start with Jason Sachs.
Hi, I'm Jason Sachs. I'm an epidemiologist. I worked on a number of the sections in the Ozone ISA.
Great. Thank you, Jason. Do we have Tom Lubin on?
Yep. Good morning, everyone. My name is Tom Lubin. I'm an epidemiologist in ORD at EPA, and I was the lead of the 2020 Ozone ISA.
Great. Thank you, Tom. I see Jim's got his camera on already. Jim?
Hi, Jim Brown or James Brown. Today it might be best to say James so that I don't jump every time Leanne says Jim, which I've been doing. I'm a health scientist with ORD. I've been working on these assessments since the 2006 air quality criteria document. I was a co-author on the chapter and the annex materials discussing controlled human exposure studies. In 2013, I authored all of the sections on controlled human exposure studies, and I was the team lead. And then in our 2020 ISA, I wrote the sections on respiratory effects observed in controlled human exposure studies. And so I listened to your discussions on Monday. And if you wanted to discuss more of the controlled human exposure studies, I'm here and available to do that today. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim. And we've got Parker Duffney on.
Hi, I'm Parker Duffney. I'm a toxicologist with IHAB. I'm a newer member, so I was not did not participate in the 2020 ISA, but I did lead the evaluation effort of the new controlled human exposure studies that was provided as a memo that came out in 2022.
Thank you, Parker. And I see Mike Stewart.
Good morning, I'm Michael Stewart. I am also a biologist in IHAB. I wrote the cardiovascular section for the Ozone ISA, and I was also the lead for that appendix. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. And I think I saw Steve McDowell. Is Steve McDowell on?
Can you see me?
Yep.
Okay, yeah, I'm Steve McDowell. I came to EPA in 2002 and moved to what was then NCEA in 2010. I was the co-lead on the atmospheric appendix of the Ozone ISA. And I've also worked on the PM, NOx, SOx, and lead ISAs.
Thank you, Steve. I think, did I miss anybody else from the ORD team on the call right now? think I caught everybody there. I'll just mention that we do have a number of folks on Zoom, but also listening in on the live stream from our Office of Air and the Office of the General Counsel as well. So we look forward to the discussion today. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. And now, unless there's anything else that we need to check in about, I will invite the lead discussants on the respiratory effects section to open up our discussion today. So that is the lead discussant is Mark Frampton, followed by Ed Aval, Carrie Gordon, Jennifer Peel, Jeremy Sarnat, and then Michael Kleinman. So Mark, do you want to start us out?
Yes, indeed. Thank you. So we're talking about the respiratory health effects appendix 3, and I'll start with my brief comments and then hear from the others. And I've gone through most everybody's comments, and they've been very informative. And I think we'll have an interesting discussion. But I think there may not be a lot of disagreement on at least the short-term health effects. Before I start, I just wanted to compliment the EPA folks on the 2020 ISA. It's kind of a belated, I've served on the previous CASAC. I signed off on the CASAC letter, but I thought the language in some of the critique was a bit harsh, and I think in all the 2020 draft ISA that I was involved in reviewing was overall a very strong document. Some of the critiques and issues that we'll discuss today, notwithstanding, I think it given the time pressures that EPA was under at the time, it was overall an excellent job. So my comments on Appendix 3, the initial charge question are: what are the panel's views regarding the causal determinations for short-term and long-term ozone exposure and respiratory health effects? And the short-term determination was causal in the 2020 ISA, and I agree with that. I think there's very strong evidence across the board for respiratory health effects. The only issue is what levels of exposure to those health effects actually occur, and the overall morbidity involved in that, which is more the subject for the PA. The long-term conclusions were that it was a likely to be causal relationship between long-term ozone exposure and respiratory effects. And this conclusion also was unchanged from the 2013 ISA. The evidence had increased in general, and there were some additional animal studies, particularly the primate studies, that were influential, but there were still some uncertainties in copollutant confounding and some inconsistencies in the mortality findings, which prevented this from rising to the level of causal for long-term. We may have some discussions on that, but in my opinion, I agree with their not changing that causality determination. And consideration of any new scientific evidence, I think the other commenters are going to add some information on this. I just pointed out the Duffney memo. There's just a slight error there on the Moses study, which I am somewhat invested in. The highest concentration was 120 ppb, not 100 as listed in the table. And I list a couple of studies that are relevant, but overall don't change the determinations that were in the final 2020 ISA, in my view. Now, the comments regarding the weighting. So this is question C. What are the panel's views regarding the weighting of controlled human exposure studies and EPI studies? And this question here is perhaps most relevant for the PA. And my view in general in the ISA for the respiratory effects, I thought the evidence was appropriately reviewed across the human and animal tox studies and given relatively equal consideration in terms of the information reviewed. What was not discussed, and we've talked quite a bit about already, is an adequate discussion of this issue of the discrepancy between exposure concentrations that cause an effect in the EPI studies and in the controlled human exposure studies. And the information is all there in the tables about the various studies, but in the PA, a lot of emphasis is placed on the lack of effects below 60 ppb in the human controlled exposure studies, and little acknowledgement is given to the fact that there's lots of epi evidence for effects at much lower concentrations with ambient exposures. And again, we've talked about some of the reasons why this may be. The PA basically interprets these findings as the human studies as evidence that clinically important effects do not occur below about 60 ppb, sort of ignoring these epi associations. I made some comments about comparison between asthma and healthy, but I'll skip over that. Now, I made a short list of things why the controlled human exposures may underestimate ozone effects at low concentrations. And we've talked about most of these. They're young, healthy, fit subjects. They're single exposures, relatively short duration, relatively small number of subjects, and importantly, the difference in potential atmospheres, which I think is important. And we have discussed already the intake air from most, if not all, high quality human studies is filtered through both HEPA and charcoal to remove organics and fine particles and ultrafine particles that might interact with the ozone in the chamber atmosphere, where of course in ambient pollution exposures, you have these multiple pollutants present. So you may have co-tracking other oxidant species or ozone reaction products that may enhance the responses. And this is all somewhat speculative, but is one possible explanation. But the other one that has not been mentioned, and I think could be important, is that almost all of the human clinical studies, including most of the ones that we've done in Rochester and in the Moses study, don't have measurements beyond 24 hours after exposure. This is kind of a practical thing. The more times you bring the subjects back, the more costly the study is, and the harder it is to do. Human studies, at least the single exposure human studies, which is the vast majority of them, are going to miss delayed effects. And, I think this has potential with regard to cardiovascular effects, particularly. Thinking mechanistically, there may be reasons to suspect delayed effects with cardiovascular effects. So I think that needs to be kept in mind in interpreting the human studies. And then George Allen mentioned the Moses 2 study, which was published after the cutoff date for, well after the cutoff date for the 2020 ISA. And the Moses study, of course, was a multi-center controlled human exposure study of two concentrations of ozone compared with clean air in older healthy subjects with exercise. And it was pretty negative across the board in terms of cardiovascular effects. We saw pulmonary effects. which was actually surprising given the relatively low exposure concentration. But there were pretty much negative, except for a couple of isolated endpoints in terms of cardiovascular. And yet when we subsequently looked, and Dave Rich was the lead investigator on this Moses 2 study, when we looked at tried to estimate ambient exposure of these subjects prior to their pre-exposure measurements, we found significant effects of ozone on heart rate variability, decreases in high frequency heart rate variability, which we had not found in the clinical exposures. And of course, the ambient exposures were a much lower concentration than the clinical exposures. And that really got me thinking about what could be the reasons for that. So here it's not that we're studying different subjects. These are the same healthy subjects that were studied in the Moses and had no effects on the chamber. And yet when you're looking at ozone ambient exposures, so that really made me think more about, are these ozone oxidant exposures in the ambient air different from what subjects are getting in the chamber? And we don't know that for sure, but I think it deserves consideration and impacts the weight that should be given on the clinical study. Now, I would like to, my career was with clinical studies, okay? And I hate to sit here and tell you that they're not important, okay? And just so you know, I think human studies do have a role. They have been the main driving factor in previous EPA quality standards. The human studies have been the main driving factor for the setting of the standard, right or wrong. And but they have their limitations, and we've talked about them. And but I disagree, Leanne, with your written comment that they should never be used to downgrade a causality thing. I think they have to be taken into consideration, like everything else. The potential weaknesses and things they can do and can't do need to be considered. But I do think we have to be very cautious about using human studies to establish a lower threshold, which does not have health effects for all the various reasons that we have discussed. So moving on to so I'll hold off on cardiovascular comments, right? Good. And I will go to Ed Aval.
Thank you. It's always a pleasure to follow Dr. Frampton because he's so complete. I don't have much more to add, certainly in the area of controlled chamber studies. I think, we'll talk more about this because it certainly comes up again in the area of mortality and looking at epi versus controlled chamber work. And as Mark suggested, I think there is tremendous value in doing the systematic, detailed quality work that is done in controlled chamber studies. But I do think there are limitations. I think each of the animal toxicology, the controlled chamber, and the epidemiological studies offer real advantages, but also have limitations. The one additional limitation I would add to controlled chamber studies, just as in my opinion, is that by virtue of the voluntary participation and consent of subjects, one can also get maybe a slightly truncated or restricted group or representation of the population by virtue of their sort of opting in or opting out to participate. But having said that, I also agree with Mark. I myself spent over a decade or more in controlled chamber work. I think it is invaluable. And I think we do learn a lot from it, but I do believe that as excellent as the EPA's efforts were in preparing this 2020 ISA, I do think that they have tended to overinterpret the controlled chamber work and undervalue the epi studies and the conclusions from them for reasons that many of which have already been stated. I don't have anything really to add. I don't have any difference of opinion in what's been stated with regard to the question A about the causal determination. And again, we've sort of talked a little bit about a lot about the weighting of controlled studies. We'll talk more about it with regard to our FE studies as we go on with cardiovascular and mortality issues going later on in the day. I do just want to touch on one item with regard to new scientific evidence, the evidence that has been used, and how we think about the evidence that is used. And that has to do with something that also has been mentioned before, which is the PECOS assignment of evaluations for limitations for study eligibility. And obviously there are good studies. I would argue that there are good studies and bad studies done everywhere in the world. And so the geographic location restrictions, I guess, are a little bit confusing for me, especially when they vary from endpoint to endpoint in terms of how the data is being used. And so I accept that the most relevant ones perhaps are in the United States, but that's not to say that quality designs or poor designs can or cannot be done in the United States or elsewhere. And so I think we do, maybe in looking forward, for EPA to consider, casting a wider net rather than just limiting it to US and Canadian studies. Other than that, I think Mark's said much of what I might have suggested. That my comments have already been submitted. And so I'll defer to Jeremy and Jennifer and the rest of Terry, Mike, the rest of my colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you, Ed. I think Terry Gordon, you're next on the list.
Thank you, Leanne. It's quite fun to go after Mark and Ed. I have very little to add, except just to echo what they said and emphasize that the PECOS, as I think I said Monday, criteria, as Ed just said, it doesn't make sense to me. And if there is sense, the documents in the future should delineate why these regions or countries or continents were chosen. As far as the human versus the epi study, as both Mark and Ed said so far, I don't quite understand the emphasis on the controlled human exposure studies. Previously on the NOx and SOx panels, when you have a susceptible population like an asthmatic in your studies, that makes sense, and relying on the concentration response curves for those controlled human exposure studies does make sense to me. But in this case, and I've recognized this bias since I was a grad student, that the work you do, you know all the faults and you tend to downplay it. And in this case, I don't understand why the EPI doesn't play a larger role in, at least as far as when we come to the PA, in setting concentration response curves, as Ed said. And I think that's important, that EPA should consider elevating the importance of the EPI studies in determining the proposed NACs. Honestly, everything else that I have written down has been talked about. I put in my comments that I do think that EPA should support financially controlled human exposure and EPI studies that focus primarily on susceptible individuals. I mean, there's going to be ethical guidelines, but as both Mark and Ed have said, there's susceptibility issues here that not overburden, but overtake the interpretation of the controlled human exposure studies. And that's why I guess my bias is referring to interpreting and understanding the EPI studies. Everything else I had written down has already been said. In reviewing my notes, it looks like I can no longer criticize my daughter for misspelling IT''S. But other than that, I think I'm done, Leanne.
All right, great. Thank you. Let's see, we'll move on to Jennifer next.
Yeah, thank you. And certainly makes my job easy being in this group of my colleagues. I just wanted to preface my comments today by saying that while, I attempted to limit my consideration, especially in part A of this question, to the evidence that was in the 2020 ISA, it's of course challenging to do so when when you are aware of other evidence that came after the 2020 ISA, and that may very well be the reason for any differences of opinion. It's really hard to avoid that that coloring of your opinion with that knowledge, and I think there is obviously room for a reasonable disagreement of interpretation of both the evidence and the rubrics for the causal determinations. So, nothing here is a criticism. It's just kind of my perspective of the evidence. And I also wanted to echo what Mark started out by saying that, revisiting the 2020 ISA, I was incredibly impressed with the quality of that ISA and the review. So thinking about the Appendix 3, the respiratory, the first question about the causal determinations for short-term and long-term, I agree with the causal determination for short-term that was causal in both the 2013 and 2020. It was strong in 2013 and was bolstered in 2020. And I agree with the review and the evaluation in the 2020 ISA. For the long-term exposure and respiratory effects, it was likely causal in both 2013 and 2020. When I revisited the evidence, and particularly, I do think there's a challenge when you're combining across all of these various respiratory endpoints. And this is something that we might want to revisit because, and this is one of these comments that is for a future suggestion, that it almost becomes a weighted determination based on all of these different endpoints. So maybe that's intentional, but and when they're consistent, there's no, there is no problem with that. But I think when you have something like mortality that might look a little bit different than some of the other endpoints, it can be a challenge coming up with an overall summary determination. So it could be a suggestion in the future to maybe refine these and make them a little more specific in terms of the outcomes evaluated. But when I went back and looked at the respiratory evidence, in my view, the primary limitations that were stated in the 2020 ISA were maybe some concerns about lack of strong evidence for lack of confounding, especially by co-pollutants, and then especially some inconsistencies in the published studies in the respiratory mortality endpoint. In reviewing those mortality studies, the primary three outliers of those respiratory mortality endpoints had some pretty serious limitations. And so in my view, and these include I think the Carey et al. Study, and then the Bentayeb et al. Study. I think they each had some fairly serious limitations. And, I do think it might be reasonable that they may be different given these limitations. And in view of their limitations, I thought the evidence among the rest of the evidence, and knowing that we would never expect 100% consistency, I thought the evidence was very consistent for the respiratory mortality. And therefore, in my interpretation of the evidence from the 2020 ISA would have been causal. So then going on to the second question about the evidence after the 2020 ISA, I do think that the short term was, there are some additional studies. They're not going to change much because they just strengthen what was already there in the 2020 ISA, and I noted some of those. For the long-term exposure in respiratory, I do think there are several studies that have been published since the consideration of the 2020 ISA. And the evidence through 2018 in that ISA that even further bolster the evidence for the respiratory endpoint. And then in terms of the weighting of the controlled human exposure studies and the epidemiologic studies, I agree with what my colleagues have said previously. I don't have much to add in that respect. And I think I can stop there.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Let's see. Next up is Jeremy.
Hey, good morning, everybody. So I completely disagree with my colleague. Now, I just wanted to create a little bit of excitement here in the morning. I pretty much agree with most everything that's been said previously. I just wanted to kind of highlight a couple of points. Pull up my notes quickly. So like my colleagues, I actually am in agreement with the rationale and the conclusions regarding the causal determination for both of these outcome pairs. I think most of my comments, as I kind of foreshadowed on Monday, deal with some of the slight uncertainty that led to perhaps a slightly weaker determination of likely to be causal for the long-term exposure category related to co-pollutant confounding. I'm not going to go on too long about this. I have it in my written notes. Let me just kind of suffice it to say that I think that especially for the long-term exposure and respiratory outcomes category, there still does seem to be this what I would call an over-reliance on multi-pollutant modeling approaches for controlling for confounding. And I think that there are, as many of us know, like pretty serious limitations in putting too much weight on the results from these multi-pollutant models, although it does constitute one of the tools to address confounding in air pollution epidemiology, for sure. But I feel like in this section, which generally was excellent as usual by EPA staff, I feel like this issue of the weight given to the co-pollutant, the multi-pollutant modeling and confounding was a little bit problematic to me. And this is related, obviously, to issues related to concerning differential measurement error, relevant exposure windows, and the metrics used to capture those windows, and all that kind of stuff. So really, my comments focus on thinking ahead to the future and thinking about maybe some of the newer studies that have tried to address the issues of confounding and ozone differently. And I do think that there is an emerging body of epidemiology that looks at different approaches for addressing confounding aside from just using multi-pollutant models. And those include various causal modeling approaches, and the accountability study results. I do, again, cite a couple. I cite a couple of more recent studies from looking at the Medicare database. I think that Leanne will probably address this or mentions this in her comments regarding mortality and outcomes generally. But I cited a couple of papers from Yazdi et al., recent papers that are illustrative of these different approaches, causal approaches. One of them uses the difference in difference multi-pollutant modeling and multi-pollutant modeling to address confounding. Some of us are familiar with this approach, and another is a doubly robust additive model, which I would probably have to ask Michelle and Leanne to explain this to me. It's way above my pay grade. But again, I think that this, to me, shows that we're kind of thinking about confounding and controlling for confounding with ozone exposure, specifically long-term exposure to ozone, in a different way. So I provided the citations for that as well. Last comment is just related to the differential weighting of the controlled and observational studies. And I don't have much to say about this more, but I actually will also endorse what I think was Mark Frampton's very nuanced suggestion about the strengths and the limitations of the chamber studies. And I really like this idea, about their importance in terms of demonstrating plausibility, but perhaps there are limitations in in setting design values and constant CR functions and curves. So yeah, I thought that that was a nice insight for this. And that's really all I have to say about this section.
Okay, thank you, Jeremy. Let's see, Michael.
There we go. Thank you. This is a great position. I only have a couple of points that I'd like to amplify, and I agree with almost everything that was said. The issue of co-pollutant confounding as an issue in discounting some, not discounting necessarily, but being used to differentiate between some studies, and the epidemiology folk can speak to this much more elegantly, but there, the ozone is measured continuously, and so you have daily measurements of ozone. In many studies, PM is measured on an every 6-day basis. And so correlations between the ozone and PM might be considerably variable. And I think that that may be a problem that can be addressed more elegantly in developing a way to do better multi-component models. So, the differentiation between causal and likely to be causal has been based on uncertainties, such as potential for confounding by co-occurring pollutants. Also, the lack of measurements of non-criteria pollutants in a study. That seems like a pretty hard nut to crack, because there's always more things that you can measure. So I think some of the stringency of reducing the impact of some studies need to be looked at really carefully, and maybe some better biostatistical quantification of the degree to which a potential confounder or other effect might actually impact on it, and get some sort of quantification of, is this really an important consideration within expected bounds. So I think that's something that could be added to some of the evaluations. On controlled human studies, I agree completely with what Mark said. And one other point, when we talk about the response to dose relationship in those controlled human studies, since there are no other, the likelihood of other photochemical oxidants being present at the same time is much reduced in a well-controlled study. I think that response to dose factor may be a low estimate compared to what you would see in a epidemiological panel study. And one last point, and Ed may be able to speak to this more authoritatively, but an individual's pre-exposure history in a controlled study. So if that person had been exposed to high levels of ozone in the ambient air and then came into a clinical study or a controlled study, that person might be less responsive to the effects. And it might be useful to, in future studies, if there are any, to take the pre-exposure history into better consideration. So I'll stop there. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Michael. That's the list of assigned discussants. We also had some written comments from Catherine Carr, who can't attend the meeting. I don't know if anybody's prepared to share those.
Yeah, I can share those. This is Mark Frampton. Let me just find them first. Sorry, where is she here? There we go. Okay, so health effects, I'll just run through them here. So she talks about the determination of causality for short-term effects of sound. Recent evidence has strengthened it. It is noteworthy that the human controlled exposure studies demonstrate effects in healthy young adults below the current regulatory standard. And that the EPI studies are conducted in settings with concentrations further below the regulatory standards. And with pediatric asthma hospitalization, recent studies consistently show effects for school-aged children in settings with average concentrations in the 30 to 40 ppb range. The causal determination for long-term as likely to be causal is well supported in the ISA. However, notable new data since 2013 further bolster the ISA conclusion that states with respect to long-term ozone, there is strong coherence between animal tox and EPI studies reporting positive associations between long-term ozone, new onset asthma, and respiratory symptoms in children with asthma. Furthermore, experimental evidence provides biological plausible pathways, and she lists some of the newer data that strengthen the further coherence and consistency of long-term ozone. Although I don't think I found those studies in her comments. And then B, does the panel suggest consideration of any new science? Oh, that's what she's talking about. So in this section, a new scientific evidence that might strengthen or alter this characterization. And she talks about the lung function and development EPI studies in section 3242. The data are summarized as inconsistent evidence for association between long-term exposure and lung development in children. Specifically, table IS5 read a limited number of recent EPI studies continue to provide inconsistent support for an association between long-term ozone and lung function development in children. However, it could be argued that this is no longer an accurate interpretation. In recent years, the effects of long-term exposure on pediatric lung function has accumulated. This is an important outcome because lung function develops rapidly through childhood, and decrements in early life can portend lifelong deficits, can be associated with chronic disease in adulthood, such as COPD. And the more recent analyses of long-term exposure on pediatric lung function and address copollutant exposures, one of the uncertainties that led to the causal determination of likely to be causal. And she talks about 5 analyses demonstrating statistically significant reductions in FEV1, with 4 of these adjusted for co-pollutants, figure 2A to C in reference home 2022. And I don't think she actually gives those citations, so that might be something that would be good for her to add to the comments. Analyses demonstrating statistically significant effects on FTC were observed in 4 analyses. 3 of these were adjusted. Again, figure 3 in home 2022. And then the experimental data in the rhesus monkeys are compelling for reconsideration of the overall causality of long-term effects on respiratory health. And as she points out, the controlled human exposures don't help us out with long-term exposure. And then what are the panel's views regarding the weighting of CHE and EPI studies? The strengths of the observational cohort studies of population or panel studies and of controlled human exposures are complementary, should not be viewed hierarchically. And the interpretation in the ISA suggests this hierarchy. This is problematic also, as noted above, for some outcomes for which, the long-term exposures for which controlled human exposure studies are not available. For example, consider this summary statement regarding short-term exposure effects with hierarchical language underlined. In particular, controlled human exposure studies provided evidence of lung function decrements, respiratory symptoms, and increased inflammation in young healthy adults exposed to concentrations as low as 60 to 70 ppd following 6.6 hours exposure with quasi-continuous exercise. Dose-dependent increases in airway responses also noted after exposure to 0, 80, 100, 120 ppb ozone, supported by and then she underlines, these studies were supported by epidemiological studies that not only reported ozone-related respiratory effects, but also provided evidence of ozone associations with asthma exacerbation, COPD exacerbation, hospital admissions, and ED visits for combined respiratory disease. Additionally, there was consistent evidence of an association between short-term increases and increases in respiratory mortality. I do not see a rationale for highlighting the CHE studies, listing this evidence first, and as in particular, followed by EPI studies findings described as supporting the CHE studies. In fact, it could be argued that the more copious EPI evidence is more informative for interpretation to protect even the most vulnerable, which is the goal of the primary standard. And then that's it for respiratory for Catherine.
Thank you, Mark. Now I'd like to open it up to anybody Jeremy.
Yeah, just a very quick addendum to Mike's last comment about perhaps considering pre-exposure controls for some of the chamber studies. So I can't really speak to chamber studies specifically, but for some of the panel studies that I've been involved with, some of which I would probably call them quasi-controlled. The control for the pre-exposure period often is part of the kind of standard modeling protocol. So, and I would leave it to someone who does chamber studies to speak to that. But yeah, it's a good insight and something that we try to think of as well. We design these studies.
Thank you. Ed?
Yeah, so just to follow up on what may be sort of a sidelight issue, and taking to heart the admonishment of Terry to stop thinking like a scientist when we're talking about these issues. Based on what Mike had suggested and what Jeremy just mentioned regarding sort of pre-sensitization or degradation of that sensitization for some participants in controlled chamber studies, we did and published a number of studies decades ago in chambers looking at ozone exposures across a number of respondents, showing that there is a seasonal tolerance developed for some individuals on repeated exposures, and that does tend to blunt the response of ozone exposure in the chamber. And so, if depending on the seasonality, when you did these studies, for example, in the course of the year, even if you did sort of try to take into account, because this is accrued over months of previous exposure, it would be difficult at best unless you purposely set out to only do studies in the winter, for example, to avoid these seasonalities for some individuals.
Great, thanks. Mark.
Yeah, on that subject, there was another aspect of our Moses study to look at this question. And I mentioned the part of it that just looked at prior ambient exposure effects on the baseline pre-exposure measurements in these subjects, but Daybridge also looked at the potential for prior exposures to be affecting the chamber exposures. And it was kind of interesting. We found there seemed to be that the lung function decrements that we saw in the Moses subjects from the experimental exposures were higher. The decrements were greater in the subjects with higher prior exposures to traffic pollutants, specifically PM 2.5, NO2, and CO. So, it raised the hypothesis that maybe there's some kind of priming effect of other prior pollutant exposures on the lung function response to ozone. So it lends credence, but it didn't negate it didn't, well, I don't know if confounding is the right word. It didn't change the significance of the outcome of the chamber exposures. It just appeared to be more intense with these higher prior traffic exposure.
Thanks. Terry.
Yeah, it might be a minor point, but I just wanted to bring up something that Jennifer had touched upon, and that was when the EPI studies are strong and showing an association for one respiratory effect, like something going on in asthmatic kids, I'm not concerned about, is it consistent across all respiratory effects? Because that alone is strong enough to lend me to think that a causal relationship is probably there. It doesn't have to be across all respiratory effects.
All right, thank you. Mark, you still have your hand up from before, I take it. Jen. Go ahead.
If there's other comments, I'll defer.
Okay, Jennifer, you were going to follow up.
Yeah, I mean, Terry, I completely agree with that. That's how I viewed the evidence as well. It just seemed to me that potentially in the EPA overview and evaluation of the evidence, that the potential inconsistencies in the respiratory mortality kind of outweighed some of the other evidence that was much more consistent. And then on top of that, I don't think it was entirely inconsistent in the respiratory mortality. But yes, I agree with your perspective on that evaluation.
Thanks. Jim Boylan.
Yeah, hi. So I had a basic question about controlled human exposure studies because it's not my field. So I had a basic question, and I don't know if Mark or Ed or someone else can answer it. But my question is that these studies are typically involve 6.6 hours of quasi-continuous exercise on healthy adults. Very few people routinely perform 6.6 hours of outdoor quasi-continuous exercise. The ones that do are typically healthy adults. Most people perform no exercise. So how do the health impacts in these studies apply to the general public who does not exercise or only exercises maybe 1 or 2 hours per day?
Thanks. I'm going to skip over you, Michelle, because I'm expecting Mark has some answer for this. So go ahead, Mark.
Yeah, I have all the answers to this. No, it's a very good question, and one that's been a big issue in setting the standards and in the debates over the not only our current PA but previous CASAC deliberations. And it's a good point. And even our current PA kind of limits the looks at the impact, the potential impact based on some of these considerations. But I think one of the points made in the PA is that kids exercise outdoors a lot, some of them, and may reach levels of ventilation that a dock worker who's working hard for 6 or 8 hours may and increase their ventilation enough to get those kind of exposures. But there's this recent study that was too new to be reviewed in the ISA, where they did basically resting exposures for 6.5 hours. There was a little bit of walking. The subjects could get up and walk around a little bit, and they saw effects at, and I forget, was it 60 or 70 ppb, but it was those similar kind of exposures, but without the intense prolonged exercise that involved in those. Now, it's just one study. There have been other shorter resting studies that have tended not to show effects, but if this finding is confirmed, it's going to definitely broaden the number of people that can have potential respiratory effects. But it doesn't get around this issue of the fact that the epi studies, it's easy to find responses in people that are not exercising outdoors intensely. From the kids in the camp studies to the asthma emergency room hospitalization studies, those are showing effects at much lower concentrations than and exercise levels than in the human studies. But it's an important question that I don't think we have the exact answer to yet.
All right, thank you. Michelle.
Yeah, I had a different point. I just want to highlight my support for a comment that was made earlier. I think this was by Ed on the decision, and this is going to come up a lot, and not just in this section, but on the decision to exclude studies that were not conducted in North America. I understand that there are differences in populations and differences in pollution characteristics and so on that mean that some studies will be more relevant than others. There are also big differences between, many different parts of the US as well, or certainly the US and Canada as well. So I just want to highlight that. I mean, to say that those studies add no value is a really strong statement that I would not be willing to make. And so I just wanted to raise my support for that comment that was raised by Ed.
All right, thank you. Terry.
Yeah, I agree with that. And I just wanted to state that it's puzzling. So it's, as Michelle said, it's implied that the other studies aren't worthwhile. And if there are reasons that EPA chose to not use those studies, it should be stated in the future ISAs or PAs.
Yeah, and wasn't this the topic we were going to try to ask EPA about today? Should we maybe ask EPA to weigh in a little bit on this topic?
We requested that, yes.
Yeah. So is there someone from EPA that wants to comment on this, the thinking about the exclusion?
Sure, I'll talk about this. And I thought that we touched on this last month when we talked, but originally when we were working on the PICO statements, the idea was a way for us to scope down some of the studies so that we could complete the assessment on the timeline that we had been given. And our thinking was not that these studies were not valuable or that they didn't add value. Instead, what we tried to do was think about what we already knew, right? We're starting from a long history of criteria documents and ISAs. And so from what we knew in the previous criteria documents and ISAs, which studies were most likely to help us reduce the remaining uncertainties that we had already identified in those previous reviews. And so when it came to short-term respiratory effects, we thought that we knew a lot. We had said causal in the last ISA, that there was some remaining uncertainties about the association at low levels of ozone. And that is what led us to restrict the scope to North American studies, because we thought that those studies would move us along the furthest in informing and reducing those uncertainties. Similarly, with cardiovascular health, we were coming off of the 2013 ozone ISA, where we had said likely to be causal. We still thought there was a lot of uncertainties in the morbidity epi evidence from the 2013 ISA. So we expanded out to include Europe and Australia. But we thought that in our thinking there was we were looking for places where airsheds would be most similar to the US, where we could try to look for associations with ozone and these cardiovascular morbidity endpoints, and at the same time, reduce uncertainties related to co-pollutant confounding that had been highlighted in that last review.
Yeah, thank you for that. Yeah, we did talk about this a little bit in August, but I think it's helpful. And it's helpful to hear that, there was an aspect of a workload issue as well as the scoping. I know I wrote in my own comments, which I submitted, that I liked at our August meeting the way it was articulated by the staff who worked on the secondary endpoint, that they restricted the geographic scope for endpoints that were already causal and didn't restrict it for the others. And I didn't see that was the same kind of thinking that was done for the health endpoints. And I thought that was a good and very defensible rationale myself. And the rationale for the health endpoints was not quite as strong.
Yeah, we definitely restricted on location more for what had previously been determined to be causal. So that was the short-term respiratory was North American studies only. We broadened it out a little bit for likely to be causal, which was short-term CVD and short-term mortality. And then for any outcomes that had been suggestive or inadequate, we did not restrict on location at all. So we followed a similar, though not exactly the same approach as the ecology team did.
Okay, thank you. Christina.
Yes, this is just a question just came up for me with what Tom was just saying. So using the PICOS tool partly was because of expediency, and just in terms of understanding the process, what was the difference in terms of the timeline for the 2020 ISA as for the 2013 ISA?
Yeah, that's a great question. I would have to go back and look at when the kickoff meeting was for the 2013 Ozone ISA. One of my colleagues may be able to post it to me here, but I think it was 2009. And I think we did 3 drafts of the ozone ISA that were reviewed by CASAC before we went to a final ISA. Here we started the kickoff was in June of 2018, and in less than 2 years, we had a final ISA with only 1 draft reviewed by CASAC.
Got it, thank you.
Yep.
All right, thanks. I wanted to return, Michael, I can wait till bring this up. You want to go ahead, Michael?
Just very quickly, I can appreciate, doing the restrictions in the interest of time on the ones that are on the issues that have already been designated as causal. However, the other studies from other areas might additionally inform the level that is selected for the, so it won't affect causality determinations much, but there might have been studies at lower levels of exposure that still had significant responses in studies from other areas. And, we're missing those.
Yeah, that's a good point too. Thank you. So I wanted to come back to the idea of using controlled human exposure studies to upgrade versus downgrade the evidence, and particularly since Mark came out and said he disagreed with what I wrote. So I thought that was an important topic for us to air a little bit more broadly among the group. My rationale for thinking about this was that for all the limitations that we've mentioned, and recognizing that controlled human exposure studies, by virtue of them being experiments, are very strong in our ability to conclude causality. However, we can't ask the questions we want to ask of those studies, and we can't study the populations we want. And so, absence of evidence is not evidence of absence. And that was my rationale for saying that controlled human exposure studies should not be used to downgrade the evidence, but certainly would be a reason to upgrade or to affirm the evidence from the other types of studies. And I wanted to hear Mark, if you wanted to discuss that anymore, or share your perspective on why you didn't agree with my statement.
Yeah, I guess my concern was it's a very much a blanket statement, and I think it happens to be true for ozone in this current review that we're talking about. I would rather, if I would agree with the statement if it was modified to say that something like we need to be cautious about using human clinical studies to downgrade and consider all of the findings. I can imagine situations in which human studies could raise real doubts if they're not showing any mechanistic pathways or components and are consistently negative in a given scenario. And, I think by themselves, yeah, you're probably right. If we just consider, but you have to, I think you always have to figure the human clinical studies results into the whole mix. I do agree that we should be very cautious about using a few human clinical studies that don't show effects to say that there are no effects at that level. And that's the intent of your statement, obviously, and I certainly agree with that. I just don't like the idea of making a blanket statement. The EPA is all of a sudden going to say we'll never use a human clinical study literature to downgrade a causality. I mean, I would object to that, and I think a whole host of people would as well.
Well, that's fair. I'll have to go back and look at the wording. It may have been too strong. So certainly putting it in context and being more cautious does seem appropriate. So thanks for that clarification, because I don't disagree with that point. Is there any other discussion? I'm feeling like I don't have a real sense of clarity about where we're coming down, about the importance of the long-term exposure and various health endpoints, and how much we agree with the conclusion that was in the ISA. I feel like I heard several different perspectives, and I think that would be something that it would be really helpful to reach some consensus on that in this public meeting. Mark.
Yeah, exactly. And I was going to ask the same thing. I mean, my assessment of where we are is in the long-term causality statement, which is in the ISA was likely. And I heard, I agreed with that. I think Ed Avall and Terry Gordon, if I heard them correctly, agreed with that. Jennifer made a strong case for disagreeing that it should be causal. And Catherine Carr, I think, agrees with that it from her comments that it should be considered causal. So I'm not an epidemiologist. My agreement with the likely to be causal determination is based largely on the the ISA and its interpretation of the remaining weaknesses and inconsistencies in the data. So I'm willing to be convinced, but I'd like to hear, do we have a consensus from other epidemiologists on the panel?
All right, great. Thank you for teeing that up nicely. Jeremy.
Yeah, I just want to be very crystal clear about this too. It's written in my comments as well, but I do agree with the causal determination decisions for both categories. And my comments were more directed towards thinking ahead for the future and consideration of a couple of new studies that demonstrate an approach for future evaluations and assessments.
Great. Thank you. Ed.
Yeah, I guess I just want to channel maybe Terry Gordon here and say that my understanding is we're not going to change the 2020 ISA by this discussion, but I think our comments do have a basis for going forward into the PA and thinking about how this might be interpreted and applied. And so I do think that, for the reasons that we discussed, I think there's a consensus. I'll suggest that the EPI studies may have been undervalued and should be considered as we think about how we apply this for the population at large.
Okay, and do you want to share your perspective on agreeing with the ISA conclusion or not? Do you feel like you?
Oh yeah, I'm sorry. Yes, I'm sorry, Leanne. Yeah, I did. I did in my comments. I did say I agreed with the causality consensus, but again, I took issue with the relative weighting of the controlled exposure studies compared to the EPI studies. I do think the EPI studies provide ample support for moving forward based on effects that have been seen.
All right, great.
And as we'll get to it when we get to your comments in the area of mortality. I think there are questions about some of the studies that have been used to maybe raise questions about how convincing the EPI studies are.
Yeah, that's why I did a deep dive into a couple of those studies. While I certainly didn't have the resources to do the kind of work that EPA does over years with many people. I felt like I needed to look at some of these studies because they were making such a strong statement that was really driving those conclusions. And, I don't think my review is completely conclusive except for the Kim study, which should not be used for any policy related considerations. But those other two studies that were also robustly protective, I have serious questions about those, and I didn't focus on the respiratory endpoints, but as Jennifer mentioned, those are driving a lot of the conclusions in the respiratory endpoints as well. Yeah, Michael.
Yes, my conclusion, I agree with the causality statement, but I think that the line between causal and likely to be causal is a slim one. And the way I'm thinking about this is the evidence says to me that it might be ozone is more likely than not to adversely affect respiratory health in children and adults. And that's kind of colored by the potential for developmental changes that have been shown in both the human and animal studies. And those can have serious long-term consequences, as was already mentioned. So I think, this is saying to me that regardless of whether it's likely to be causal or causal, it's a serious outcome, and this is going to color or should color the way we deal with the policy assessment.
Great, thank you for that. Jennifer.
Thank you. And yes, I do think that was an accurate summary of my thought perspective, in that I did think that the long term was more along the lines of causal than likely causal. I do think the evidence is stronger subsequent to the 2020 ISA. So the things that were not included, I think it's even enhanced since then. But I do think the evidence for the developmental effects, which are relevant to the respiratory effects, as well as respiratory mortality, are very strong in the respiratory section of the 2020 ISA. And I think these two studies this will become, granted, this is going to become more important in the mortality section and in that discussion, because this one is already likely causal. But I think given that two of these studies are the same studies that we're going to bring up in the mortality discussion, I wanted to be consistent in calling them out in both sections, because I do think that they are coloring how we view the evidence for the respiratory section as well.
Thank you. Jeremy, you took your hand back down?
I took it down because I was expecting that you call on me. So thank you.
You were expecting what?
That you were about to call on me. So I just wanted to
Okay, well, yeah, I'm calling on you now.
I presumptuously lowered my hand, expecting to be called on. So okay. Yeah, I mean, I just to kind of follow up on the new studies, I also think that that there's a lot of evidence that's both recently out, but also that I think we're going to see very soon, especially with regard to the Medicare analyses and specifically respiratory outcomes. So that has not quite been published yet, but will be. So we'll hold off on that. But I think, though, to Ed's comment about relevance for the policy assessment and whether or not we have consensus as a group here, I think there is slight differences. I mean, I think to be clear with how I fall on the differential weighting of the controlled versus the observational, I think it's appropriate with what was done in the ISA to kind of give that slightly stronger weighting to the controlled exposure studies for the long-term exposure causal determination because of the uncertainty associated with confounding. Now, I don't think that confounding was treated perhaps in the most sophisticated way, but this is what the evidence shows us. So I'm okay with a slightly weaker causal determination for long-term exposure, just based on what we have right now. So anyhow, I just want to be clear about that point too. So I guess I slightly differ from some of my colleagues in the long-term exposure causal determination.
Well, slightly. I mean, I've heard we've got a spectrum from agreeing pretty strongly with the ISA as sort of as the argument is made, to nuancing that argument in various ways that maybe more or less push us towards a causal conclusion. And then depending on how much people, in addition, weight the new evidence, which we don't have a thorough review. So that's a little bit troublesome, but a lot of us are seeing that literature. So that is affecting our perspectives, and how much people are in drawing their conclusions are weighting that evidence, I think, is also pushing people towards causal. So I'm hearing a spectrum from likely causal to causal, with people depending on what did Michael say? It's a thin line. A slim
Exactly. It's a very thin line between causal and causal, right? It's a good point.
Yes, Jennifer.
Yeah, I just wanted to, I know our goal here is consensus, and that's not a forced consensus, but the goal is for us to reach, some sort of consensus. And I do think in this case, I agree it's a completely very thin line. And I think these are all reasonable conclusions based on the evidence in front of us, and giving the timing of how we're evaluating this after the fact. And so I am comfortable, especially with how the PA then does still consider likely causal, and that it isn't thrown out in subsequent steps in this process. I think that is a very reasonable conclusion, and maybe I'm just weighting it a little bit more strongly in terms of how I look at this evidence. But I think it's not too far apart given that very fine line.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. That's a nice summary. Mark.
Yeah, that's very helpful. Thank you. And I'm wondering, Leanne, how you come down on this, and Michelle Bell, and any others on this causality determination for long-term respiratory effects.
Well, I haven't done as deep a dive into all of it, needing to sort of pay attention to everything in this review. I am worried about a couple of the studies that are weakening the case, and I'm also here and appreciate I think the developmental and the growth impacts are tremendously important because that affects somebody over their lifetime. And so I personally put an awful lot more weight on the impacts on children. So I would tend to be on the causal end of the thin line, but I agree that it's a spectrum, and I'm comfortable with the discussion we've been having and the variation in perspective. And I don't think that, given we haven't had the same kind of thoughtful review that EPA does to base our conversation on, it's really hard to know how to think about and weight things, because we all know different things from the literature that we're bringing to bear to our thinking. So that makes it even more challenging. Michelle.
Hi. I guess I appreciate and understand the differences of opinion. I guess they don't sound all that different to me in the sense that it is kind of a thin line. I actually think it's okay that we come with different perspectives and experiences. That's part of why we were selected to be on this CASAC. I agree with Leanne in the assessment that I'm also kind of on the causal end of that thin line. I also personally would have given more weight to the observational studies than I think was given. I agree that we're hindered a little bit by the review was, and this is not EPA's fault, but it was required to be done very, very quickly, and there's a lot of new information coming out. But my assessment would be like Leanne's, to be on the causal side of that thin line.
Hey, anyone else want to chime in about this topic? Jim Boylan.
Yeah, I'll weigh in. So I know one of the goals is to try to get consensus, but something like causal determinations that use professional judgment and weight of evidence, I mean, sometimes you're just not going to have consensus. And I think in that case, that's fine as well. We found that out in the PM one, where there was not necessarily consensus on everything. So I personally think it's fine to not have consensus. I mean, we should strive for that if we can, but if clearly we can't get it, to me, that's totally fine. And we present it as, a split decision. And that basically tells the administrator that, it's not one way or the other. There's different opinions. So to me, that's totally fine. And one of the reasons I didn't ahead of time write down if I agreed or disagreed with the causal determinations was because I wanted to listen to the discussion today before my conclusion. I had originally thought that I had agreed, and based on the evidence that additional evidence, I haven't seen anything to change my mind. So I am in agreement with the causal determination.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments from anyone?
Oh, actually, this is Jim again. And when I said I agreed with the causal determination, I meant I agreed with the determination likely to be causal for long-term effects. That's what I meant to say, just to be clear. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, that's what I heard, but that's
Okay.
helpful to be clear.
Okay.
Thank you. So Mark.
Yes, thank you. So just a question, Leanne, you mentioned that you would tend to place more weight on the potential developmental effects in the causality determination. And I think Catherine Carr also pointed that out. My understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, and Aaron, you can chime in as well, but this causality framework that's been in use for decades, it doesn't take in, as far as I understand, it does not include the seriousness of the outcome. I mean, obviously mortality is a very serious outcome, and that's sort of a separate determination, but we have respiratory health effects, and some of those health effects are relatively minor, maybe a little chest irritation and cough that goes away quickly in a healthy person. Others are much more serious, emergency room visits, hospital admissions, and others are potentially, lifelong effects like developmental effects. So they have various seriousness, but the causality determination is supposed, as I understand, is supposed to be based on the strength of the evidence that shows it is causal. It's the PA's job then to place weight on these health effects and on the health effects that are determined to be causal or likely to be causal. Then who's affected? How are they affected? How many people are affected? And all that kind of thing. So I guess I'm trying to express caution in using the importance of the outcome to influence the causality determination. And I'm willing to be corrected on this if I got the wrong approach.
Yeah, well, I have two things to say. One is, and we heard earlier that it's a bit of a concern in this, that we have this heterogeneity of multiple endpoints all kind of mushed together under respiratory. So that makes it challenging. If they were considered separately, it would be more straightforward in many ways. The second thing is, it's probably worthwhile to invite anyone from EPA, including people from OAR, who might want to weigh in on helping us think about this question so that we're not off in some place that we are not being as useful to EPA as possible.
All right, I will step in unless one of my OAR colleagues wants to tap me on the shoulder and jump in. I would gladly defer. But yes, I think that Dr. Frampton brings up a really great point. We have not in our framework weighted severity of effects more. The certainty of the evidence is weighted equally for what we sometimes refer to as subclinical, clinical, and more severe effects. We have not placed any different kind of weighting there. It's always been based on the strength of the evidence and then the consistency and coherence. And when we can see kind of a spectrum where it's clear that exposure to the pollutant of interest is leading to some of the subclinical effects, which then may lead into some of the clinical effects and then some of the more severe morbidity effects, that's even stronger evidence for us. So that's the approach that we've tended to use when applying our framework to the evidence. So I feel comfortable answering that part of the question. I don't know if one of our OAR colleagues wants to talk about how that is then used in the PA or maybe used in the PA.
So this is Karen Wesson in OER. I'm not sure if I'm going to be useful or not in answering your question, but I will try. I think that you have seen in the PA that we often focus on the endpoints where we feel the strongest evidence is available. And so generally that means that we focus on the endpoints that the conclusions in the ISA are causal and likely causal. And so I don't know if that helps a little bit here. And I just want to be clear, it's not that we ignore the other endpoints. We definitely take those into consideration as well, even those that have less evidence. It's just that the emphasis is often on the endpoints with the strongest evidence in the decision-making process, because those are the ones where we have the most certainty in the connection between exposure to the pollutant and the outcome that we're looking at.
But Karen, how do you deal with like here, where we're talking about, developmental effects versus, say, respiratory irritation? They're all in the same category of respiratory with this, well, maybe not for long term, but for, they're all in this likely causal bucket. And yet, obviously, from a human experience point of view, some of these things are much more serious than others. So how do you deal with that? Because the endpoint category that you're considering is already quite heterogeneous.
Right. And I'll let some other folks, and perhaps Deidre, you may want to speak to this as well. But I mean, part of the decision-making framework is one where where the administrator is weighing the strength of evidence, he or she is also weighing the adversity of the effect, right? I mean, and obviously there's a spectrum when we think about adversity, and sometimes we're not quite clear on the adversity, and so there's a question about the potential for the adversity. And so, it's part of the decision-making framework at the end of the day, where both the strength of the evidence, the adversity of the effect, as well as the extent of the potential for the effect to be occurring in the population, all of those things have to be taken into account, when the administrator is making his or her decision.
Yeah, Deidre, you want to just go ahead?
Sure. This is Deirdre. I'll just chime in because it's a very interesting conversation, and I will recognize, since I've been lead on reviews of other pollutants, that you all are touching on an issue that's come up before this: how big the box should be about which the ISA makes a determination on causality. How varied should it be? The example that comes to mind for me is the lead review. As you all are aware, there is a host of evidence on lead, decades and decades, somewhat similar to there being decades and decades on ozone. But in going through that review, the CASAC panel at that time very strongly advised the agency to call out the evidence for different effects and to reach conclusions on a finer scale than this large category of, neurological effects in that case. And so that's one of the issues that I feel like the panel here is struggling with. And the ISA crowd, Tom can speak to this, has struggled themselves with how, thinking sometimes it's useful to have things combined. It makes it easier for them to reach conclusions. So they weigh that, what makes more sense and what's easier from a scientific judgment perspective. So that said, once we receive from the ISA the conclusions, we then, as Karen said, look at what we have. Okay, if we say that the evidence is causal or likely causal, a relationship between these respiratory effects, and it lists them. I mean, it's very helpful to us when the ISA talks through what are the effects and what is the evidence we have for those effects. And then we'll draw on that in the write-up we do. Usually a lot of this comes into, Karen's referring to kind of the public health implications section of the PA, where we go through those issues of what are the things to weigh in public health decision making, as you all are so aware, right? What are the effects? Who's affected? How severe is the effect? How significant can those effects be? The things that you all are wanting to weigh in this conversation. So I'm not sure if that's helpful enough, but I'm just trying to give a little more texture and recognize that it's something that we struggle with across every review, and they're different, ORD has things they have to struggle with. And then on the PA side, we just try and reflect the texture of the evidence in providing advice and information, teeing information up for the administrator.
All right, thank you for that. I think that's helpful. Mark, do you still have your hand up or is it new?
Yeah. It's new, actually. Okay. Thank you. And those comments were very helpful to me, but I think we're still talking about two different things, and we need to keep them separate. The causality framework is all about the strength of the scientific evidence, okay? Then the PA and the administrator's decision and the setting of the standard then incorporates the impacts of the health effects that the science tells us are occurring. The causality framework, as I understand it, should not be the seriousness of the outcome. The relative seriousness of the outcome should not be influencing our interpretation of the strength of the evidence. Suppose I said that ozone causes everybody's skin to peel off, okay? That's a pretty serious outcome, okay? Pain, disfigurement. What's the strength of the evidence? Well, there isn't any evidence, zero, right? So you wouldn't say it's causal because there's no evidence. So, same thing for mortality. Mortality is a pretty serious outcome, but, sometimes it's hard to prove, and there can be inconsistencies in the evidence, and the causality determination is based on that evidence. Then we take what we think is causal or likely to be causal, and then we look at what's the really serious, what's the health impacts, the life quality impacts of this, and then that helps to determine what the overall public health impact is. I think the points about splitting off some of the respiratory endpoints, yeah, if we felt that would be helpful, we could split off developmental and say this is important enough, it should be separately considered, and then we look at the scientific evidence there. But I think if within the long-term respiratory health endpoints, if we thought that there was very solid enough evidence for developmental effects that it should be causal. In other words, we've got some animal evidence, we've got the EPA evidence, and there's no significant inconsistencies in the EPA evidence. Then we say the long-term developmental effects are causal. That, to me, that makes long-term respiratory effects causal, and on that basis alone. So that's kind of where I'm coming from. I think we need to keep the PA and the ISA separate in that sense.
All right, thanks for those thoughts. Michael, you're next.
Yeah, I agree with what Mark was just saying. And, the developmental effects are, one of the issues that I think sort of, come to the fore in this. And so it would be useful for us to at least highlight those effects that we think, even though in the aggregate, the evidence might be likely to be causal when you throw everything into the bucket. When you look at the things that rise to the surface, I think we at least need to highlight those and keep them in the forefront as we do the policy assessment.
Okay, thank you. Someone else, was it Ed? You had your hand up, but you took it down, so.
Yeah, I was just going to weigh in that, in agreement with Mark, essentially that the ISA is just a compendium of the science, not speaking about how we apply it. And the PA is what do we do with this information? And so in Karen and Deidre's explanation, I thought that was helpful philosophically, but I think it also raises yet another issue, which is differential weighting of subpopulations and impacts on subgroups, for example, on children, which was sort of implied in Karen's, but explicitly said by Deirdre in terms of, how we think about these effects, be developmental, et cetera. And so whether it's children, whether it's pregnancy, I mean, we might think about those differently and cause more weight, but however we think about those, it seems to me that's in the PA.
Okay, mindful of the time, I want to circle back to Mark and see if you feel like you have enough to write up some consensus responses from this whole discussion.
I have more than enough, thank you.
Okay, great. And anyone else have anything you want to say about respiratory effects?
I just wanted to say something in general, and that is that the causality determination is useful in our assessment of the policy implications, but it also colors subsequent literature searching and things like that. And I think it's important that in, upcoming reviews, just because something is not deemed causal, the literature search really needs to be thorough to make sure new information doesn't arrive that will push it to the causal side.
Okay, thank you. All right, so I think we're ready to close out this respiratory effects discussion, and I'm expecting all of us could use a little break. So I suggest we take a 10-minute break to recharge our batteries a little bit after this intense discussion, and then we'll move on to the cardiovascular effects in 10 minutes. So that by my clock, that would be 53 after the hour. Okay, are folks back and ready to get going? In particular, Terry Gordon, Christina Fuller, Mark Frampton, Mike Kleinman, and Rick Peltier. Looks like we're waiting for Terry. Terry, are you back?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I wasn't sure you were, so I was waiting. Well, let's get started then on the cardiovascular effects. And Terry, you're the lead discussant, so I'll ask you to open up the conversation.
Okay. So first question is the panel's view on the short and long-term ozone exposure and cardiovascular effects. So considering the information from the existing 2020 ISA scientific record, in my interpretation from the 2020 ISA, both the long and short-term EPI studies do suggest important associations between ozone exposure and cardiovascular effects, but there are uncertainties in both associations, mostly because of conflicting study results. Now, based on what you EPI folks have been talking about in the statistical analysis and what's a good study quality, what's not, I'm not going to get into that, and I'll leave that up to you guys. I think the underlying pathways and mechanisms, mode of action, whatever you want to call it, that link ozone exposure to cardiovascular effects, they haven't changed since the last ISA in trying to support the adverse cardiovascular effects observed in EPI studies and not so much observed in controlled human exposure studies in some cases. But there's always the caveat to me, you know, the pathway figures really overlap with proposed PM pathways. You know, it's my bias that oxidative stress, inflammation, it just seems like it uses the pathways for everything. So I always interpret that with caution. Then the relative lack of new studies in North America and Europe since a previous ISA is somewhat concerning given the uncertainties from the 2013 analysis of the EPI studies. So overall, the uncertainties identified in the 2020 ISA also appear to be reflected in the human and the animal controlled exposure studies that show conflicting cardiovascular effects. Now, again, got to bring it up because the PICO structure in this case limits studies to North America, Europe, and Australia, which differs from the US, Canada for the respiratory effects. The research done in Asia is lost, as we were talking about, to addressing these uncertainties. Because when you do a recent literature search, there are a lot of studies coming out of Asia. And of course, I feel that ozone, unlike PM, is relatively pure chemical, so to speak. And even though there are other oxidant species in the air, I think its health effects should be similar throughout the world. And I would encourage these other studies to be included in the future ISAs. So for the most part, it's clear why the 2020 ISA and the current PA conclude that findings are suggestive but not causal for linking ozone, whether it's short or long-term exposures, with cardiovascular effects. This uncertain linkage is convincing for some important cardiovascular indices, such as short-term ozone and hospital visits, admissions, inflammation, blood pressure, coagulation factors. But I think there does appear to be relatively strong epi evidence for short-term ozone exposure and this ST elevation, myocardial infarction, as well as out-of-hospital cardiac arrests. So again, we're coming up with that consideration is a couple or a few out of many different cardiovascular endpoints by themselves important enough to direct causality. And then we'll get into it later, but I also think there's some strong epi-evidence for long-term ozone exposure and cardiovascular mortality if we expand our purview of epi studies. This latter mortality association I'm talking about seems particularly strong if you look at the post-2013 studies listed in figure 4.7. To me, it points toward a likely to be causal. Some people might even think causal, although admittedly, this increased mortality linked to ozone doesn't appear to have the underlying infarction, coagulation, hospital admission data. They don't align well, and they do lend uncertainty. And some of you epi folks can bring it up. There does seem to be an increase in out-of-hospital cardiovascular issues, which is or isn't surprising. However, there are a small number of panel studies which have reported linkages between arrhythmia results and short-term ozone exposure. So these might support the mortality effect. As far as additional pertinent information, again, as Leanne hinted at, this could take several people and years of effort to really go through a lot of the other studies that are out there outside of North America, for example. But regardless, I think that, suggests that if there are uncertainties in cardiovascular health effects from ozone, whether it's short or long-term exposures, I do think that EPA should directly fund studies to address these issues. And then I've already brought up the study location in PICOS. But they're also Leanne did ask us to comment on the cardiovascular memos. I think there was 2 or 3 of them. And I do want to say that the study location criteria don't appear to be applied consistently, at least in the Dr. Vandenberg short-term cardiovascular morbidity mortality studies based on location. The one memo, the excludes and includes lists seem to throw in and out European and North American studies in the list of things that were excluded. As far as the panel's view or my view of controlled human exposures versus epi studies, again, as I've said, to me, it's my bias. Epi studies should be weighed more strongly than controlled human for the simple reason that the epi studies usually include susceptible and vulnerable subpopulations. And that is it. I guess when third question, should the panel suggest any new scientific evidence? I did, as I said, I do think there are some new epi studies that were in China, and I've given the reference in my notes that look toward cardiovascular mortality and do seem to report a positive association, though of course I'm not an epidemiologist, and you guys can comment better on the quality of the studies. So that's it. I do agree that the causality, that linkage that EPA has given is reasonable, but there are studies that appear from other countries that do appear to strengthen the linkage. And I guess that's where I'm leaving off. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Terry. Christina, you're next.
Okay, thank you, Leanne. I agree with many of the things that Terry just said. EPA did a really good job of gathering and summarizing the studies, so I just want to make that point, even though I have some of the same concerns that were just voiced with regards to adhering to the PICO's protocol and therefore, restricting the regions. But I have focused my comments on pretty much A and B. So the causal determinations and the weighting of controlled human exposure studies. So changing the causality determination to suggestive for the short-term exposure, ozone and cardiovascular effects. I think that would require substantial evidence from new research. And the ISA states that recent epidemiological and animal studies evaluating the association between ozone and cardiovascular effects show a similar pattern and uncertainties as those that were included in the 2013 ISA. So I would expect that changing or downgrading the causality determination would be authorized only when there is a clear change in the direction of associations that were found in newer studies, and that doesn't seem to be evident in the ISA. So I could see how it would be justified if the newer studies are more accurate and precise in estimation compared to older studies. That would maybe give them higher weight than in the 2013 ISA, but there's no evidence of either of that being true in the ozone ISA. So specifically with regards to the controlled human exposure studies, pretty much being the reason to change the causality determinations, they are really important, as was presented before, because they can provide information regarding mechanisms of effect. However, they are performed on a healthy population, and there may be more pronounced effects in the general population or in populations with comorbidities. Also, there's limitations in terms of the ability for the short-term controlled human exposure studies that they may not be able to capture those delayed effects because they're really short-term exposures in that environment. And so if the basis for causality is relegated only by the healthiest of the population, this does not promote an adequate level of protection for the sensitive subgroups. And so in my opinion, the controlled human exposure studies should be evaluated with caution if their discussion is meant to, if the purpose is to represent associations for the general population or sensitive subpopulations. The ISA makes a similar statement on page 441 of the ISA. And I also think that it applies to usage of controlled human exposure studies in causality determinations as well. And then I'll end there. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Christina. Next up is Mark Frampton, and he had a family emergency, so he wasn't going to be here for this part of the meeting and asked me to read his comments. So I'm looking for them now on the cardiovascular effects. So the short-term, reasonably consistent epi evidence for short-term cardiovascular mortality, but much less consistent evidence for morbidity and markers of cardiovascular effects, both in epi and the controlled human exposure studies. Regarding the short-term From cardiovascular causality, the ISA states, however, the body of controlled human exposure studies evaluating short-term ozone exposure and cardiovascular endpoints has grown, and when evaluated in the context of the controlled human exposure studies available for the 2013 ISA, the evidence is less consistent and weaker overall. The evidence that supports this change in causality determination includes growing body of controlled human exposure studies, providing less evidence for an effective short-term ozone exposure and cardiovascular health endpoints, paucity of evidence for more severe cardiovascular morbidity endpoints, to connect the evidence for impaired vascular and cardiac function from animal toxicological studies with the evidence from epidemiologic studies of cardiovascular mortality, and uncertainties and limitations acknowledged in the 2013 Ozone ISA. The 2013 ISA concluded that a likely causal relationship exists between short-term exposure to ozone and cardiovascular effects. Given the uncertainties and inconsistencies in the evidence, the EPA's decision to downgrade short-term ozone cardiovascular effects is suggestive of, but not sufficient to infer a causal relationship is reasonable and appropriate. For long-term, Mark says there is increased evidence for long-term exposure and cardiovascular mortality, ACS and CAN-check cohorts, but inconsistent effects on markers and morbidity and inconsistent findings in animal toxicology studies. The determination of suggestive, which is unchanged from the 2013 determination, is appropriate based on the overall evidence. Regarding the question about weighing the controlled human exposure studies versus EPI, it's relevant here with regard to the causality determined for cardiovascular effects. Generally, ISA gives appropriate and relatively equal consideration of EPI, chamber controlled human exposure, and toxicology studies and assessment of short-term effects. Of course, there are no long-term controlled human exposure studies. And then in terms of new scientific evidence that might strengthen or alter, he mentions a few newer studies, including a recent meta-analysis that George Allen identified, Zong et al. 2022, that found significant inverse relationship between ozone concentrations and markers of heart rate variability. It should be noted that this meta-analysis excluded studies that used maximum 8-hour ozone concentrations and included only those that used 24-hour averages. And they didn't indicate how many studies were excluded on that basis. And Mark concludes that taken together, the newer evidence does not change the causality determination for cardiovascular effects that was indicated in the 2020 ISA. He puts in some of the studies and the abstracts. And so that summarizes Mark's comments for cardiovascular. So moving on, we have next is Mike Kleinman.
I don't have a lot to add. Those are all very comprehensive reviews. I did want to quibble a little bit about the mechanistic pathways. I agree with Terry that inflammation and oxidative stress rears its ugly head in almost any human disease evaluation, and can't argue with that, but there are plausible pathways through which respiratory tract inflammation could exacerbate pre-existing ischemic heart disease or heart failure cases, and they could contribute to myocardial infarction and strokes, and eventually lead to ED visits and hospital admissions. And looking at some of the studies that were not included in the 2013 ISA, one in particular that shows significant numbers of cardiac arrests, both in the hospital and outside of the hospital, following short-term ozone peak exposures. I think that's evidence that was not in the previous review, and certainly would bolster continuing a likely causal relationship between ozone and cardiovascular effects. I was not convinced that the human controlled exposure studies well, they didn't sway me from putting more weight on the epidemiological studies that do seem to indicate that there is a relationship with ozone exposure. So I'll stop there.
Thank you. Next up, we have Rick Peltier.
Great, thank you. And there's nothing I disagree with, although I might at my own professional peril disagree a little bit with Dr. Frampton. I agree that the causal determination for long-term effects is pretty much appropriate. The evidence and new evidence to date really hasn't moved the needle enough in the 2020 ISA to change that causality, although this is something to pay attention to the next time we come to the ISA rodeo. I do think there's too heavy of emphasis on controlled human exposure stuff in the 2020 ISA in its determination for causality. Cardiovascular mortality, toxicology, they're both pretty consistent and they remain consistent, even if they lack that specificity to individual human disease mechanisms, or in the case of EPI, the mixture of co-pollutants for that exposure that occurred. The morbidity shows some significance, even if it's mixed. We see some in blood pressure, heart rate variability, some arrhythmias, and a few other endpoints. The exposure studies also remain inconsistent, a few blips of association or possible mechanisms, but it's pretty mixed still. But even though it draws from a new and deeper pool of research, it seems to be the main reason that this determination was changed in 2020. And for me, though, the multiple lines of evidence remain consistent, really lead me to conclude that this causality is likely and not suggestive. And I do that based on the definitions that are provided on the causality determinations in the preamble that, health effects in studies, in studies where results are not explained by chance confounding and other biases, but uncertainties remain in the evidence overall. I think that's what we have here. The cardiovascular endpoints are arguably a little more complex than something like respiratory endpoints, where in a respiratory case, you might have a direct exposure and a direct pathway for disease formation. Cardiovascular endpoints almost surely require some indirect pathways where ozone induces some systemic changes which manifest subclinically and clinically. This, of course, introduces a few extra degrees of freedom and therefore uncertainty. And in light of the consistent evidence, though, particularly in the epidemiology and mortality, I think more caution is warranted. And while I'm not directly litigating the ISA right now, I think the main point here is that we make recommendations on the PA that we want to make sure that the standards are set by the administrator, keeping in mind that there's much diversity and susceptibility and diversity in exposure magnitudes in the ambient world that are simply not reflected in these chambers, and that epidemiology is a more appropriate compass for these types of decisions. That's it.
Thank you. So now I open it up to anyone on the panel who wishes to chime in. George.
All right, let's see. I want to throw out, there's been some discussion of in terms of the cardiovascular or mortality, but primarily cardiovascular. What's a mechanism? What's a pathway? 20 years ago, I was in Northeast Philadelphia measuring ozone and a bunch of other aerosols in real time. And it turns out Northeast Philly, the winds from the southwest, you're downwind of the core urban area. That was about 6-7 miles downwind of downtown. So you got a lot of stuff coming off the city in terms of organic components. And what we saw was a remarkable, I don't know if it's strong, remarkable correlation in terms of the daily peaks of ozone and semi-volatile organic carbon PM. Now, as we all know, PM has been shown many times over to have cardiovascular effects. So what this says, at least in that scenario, ozone and PM, or certainly organic aerosol, went up and down together pretty strikingly. That's not published in the literature, although it is out there in the gray lit. I'd be happy to share an example of those data from summertime. It was July. There was like a week of persistent ozone. So I thought I'd throw that out. Steve McDowell, who I think has dropped off, he was there. He was still at Drexel at the time. That's where I met him. But I found it striking, and it could be that part of the puzzle with ozone and cardiovascular outcomes could be, related to the fact that higher ozone apparently, and maybe Judy can chime in if this makes sense to her, the higher level of oxidants might drive some of the vapor phase organics, heavier vapor phase organics, into the aerosol phase, because we saw them go up together and we saw them go down together, which means you remove the ozone and the semi-volatiles that are in the aerosol phase, some of them volatilize again. So they're going back and forth from gas phase to aerosol phase organics. So I found that interesting, and maybe this group might find it useful. I don't think I'm not aware that it's been published anywhere else. Well, published at all, because it's not in the peer-reviewed literature. But as I say, I'd be happy to share that with the group if there's interest in that. So I just want to toss that out there as a potential rationale for what we might be seeing in the epidemiology.
Okay, thank you, George. Terry.
Yeah, I'm sort of in between the keeping the suggestive and moving up to likely for this, for cardiovascular effects. Using George's parallel between PM and ozone, not that I should be bringing it up, but for PM, it's a lot more, I guess there's a lot more coherence between the animal and the panel and the controlled exposures and the epi for PM and cardiovascular effects. And throughout the ISA, which is put together well, at least the evidence presented until 2018, it's got many more inconsistencies as far as supporting data that shows there's a serious cardiovascular effect. The animal studies are pretty strong. The controlled human exposures are not so strong. There's lots of inconsistencies. And so I'm sort of in between. I get why people are pointing toward likely, but I can see why EPA kept it at suggestive or changed it to suggestive because of the inconsistencies, which are much greater than any of the links between PM and its cardiovascular effects.
So getting back to the discussion we had earlier, unfortunately, Mark had to leave for a little while because it'd be useful to have him here too. I mean, looking at my comments where I was suggesting that we shouldn't use the controlled human exposure studies to downgrade causal conclusions, and that's my understanding is that's a lot of what drove the downgrading of the conclusions in the cardiovascular effects. And do you have any comments on that, given your comments about the different lines of evidence?
I agree with you, and that bolsters the likely to be causal, because a bunch of healthy young adults doing exercise, that's not the same as a lot of susceptible people out there. But on the other hand, and this is where you epi people have to come in, on the other hand, we're covering mortality next, actually, but in this case, mortality, there's some good evidence for cardiovascular mortality, but it's not backed up with, apparently it's not backed up with hospital admissions, et cetera. So that same susceptible population should be in both of those epi type studies. And I'll leave that up to you epi guys to interpret that, but that's why I'm sort of in between. But I agree with you, Leanne, that you shouldn't use the controlled human to downgrade anything in this particular case.
Christina.
I have a question first and then a response to what you said, Leanne. So my question is, in the memos that were done, that we received, I'm thinking that they did not necessarily adhere to the PICOS tool, and I'm thinking of the Lubin memo, that they included lots of studies that were suggested and therefore included other countries. Is that correct or not correct?
Let's ask EPA that. Tom, are you able to answer that question for us?
Christine, that's what I saw too. It was very inconsistent in their list of excluded, and they excluded European studies.
Right. So I'm wondering if it's because they were suggested, so they took all of those that were suggested, and it wasn't per what they, had planned to do for the formal ISA.
Yeah, no, this is a really great question. And specific to that, there should be two memos that I wrote about studies. So one should be all of the studies that we identified in our literature search that were excluded because they occurred outside of the geographic areas outlined in the PICO statement. And I believe there's about 140 or so, give or take, of those studies. Mm-hmm. And that was done before we finalized the Ozone ISA. Okay. The second memo was done after the Ozone ISA had been finalized. We were responding to comments both from public and CASAC on the final ISA as part of the final rule for the total review of the ozone NACs. And in that memo, we did look at every reference that had been cited by either a public commenter or a CASAC member, regardless of where that study was conducted. So those are the two differences. And I think the timing is very important too. One being during the review, and the second one being done after the ISA had already been completed, and looking at what public commenters and CASAC suggested during the last part of the review cycle that couldn't have been incorporated or considered in the ISA process.
Okay, thank you for that. So in terms of my comment, I agree with what Leanne had said in terms of there should be, I would caution against using the controlled human exposure studies to downgrade causality determinations, because from the conclusions from what was included in the ISA and then additional studies that weren't included that had some of those international studies in it, there were still some concerns about there being inconsistencies and things similar to what was covered in the 2013 ISA. So the determining factor was definitely the controlled human exposure studies, and those being focused on, healthy subjects, I think is really a concern, because the evidence from the published studies didn't change the causality determinations, but now we're basing it pretty much on the healthy population. And we would suspect, I suspect that there would be different outcomes if you did those controlled human exposure studies on sensitive populations, similar to we see that in epidemiological studies. So I just, that's just the concern of mine. So I agree with that.
Thank you. And I would like Tom, if you would mind, Tom Lubin, if you would mind reminding us, I know at one of our previous meetings, I'm trying to remember which one, you talked to us about the downgrading of this decision and how you reached the decision in 2013 and what the evidence was that swayed you in 2013. And would you just review that for us? Because I think that might be helpful for us to hear again.
Yeah, I would be happy to. So what we said in 2013 was that there was some animal toxicological evidence for things like heart rate and heart rate variability that showed associations with ozone, but not other animal toxicology evidence for other subclinical effects. What we said in 2020 is that the animal toxicology was generally consistent with what we had in 2013. And then for epi evidence, there was very little epi evidence available to judge a relationship for cardiovascular morbidity and ozone exposure, short-term ozone exposure in 2013. In 2020, the evidence base was much larger, relatively speaking, but the epi evidence is not strong for cardiovascular morbidity endpoints. Things like stroke, things like ischemic heart disease, things like cardiac arrest, things like cerebrovascular disease. There's very little consistent epi evidence for these outcomes. And these would be in populations that include the most sensitive people, because often they're based on administrative records. Many of those studies are really looking at emergency department visits and hospital admissions in urban areas. Some of them are single city, some are multi-city. Some of the Medicare studies are nationwide. Now, when it comes to controlled human exposure studies in 2013, there was very little evidence in our early drafts. And I'll remind everyone again that we had 3 drafts of an ozone ISA, not advocating for that moving forward, but for the 2013 review, we did. EPA said that the short-term ozone exposure and cardiovascular causality determination was suggestive at all 3 of the CASAC meetings for all 3 of those drafts. Each time we were counseled to go back and relook at the evidence because there was some thinking that some evidence might be a little bit stronger. And specifically after that 3rd CASAC meeting, there was a new controlled human exposure study that was conducted by EPA staff that saw some associations with some subclinical cardiovascular effects and ozone exposure. And really that was the tipping point for us. It was the consistent counsel from CASAC that the causality determination should be stronger, as well as the new EPA conducted controlled human exposure study. However, in the time between 2013 and now, there have been many more controlled human exposure studies looking at ozone exposure and cardiovascular outcomes, and those have been fairly inconsistent. So the one thing that I would like to maybe respectfully disagree is posing this as that we are using controlled human exposure studies to downgrade the epi evidence. I don't think that's the case because the epi evidence isn't strong to begin with. I think that we had a little bit of controlled human exposure evidence in 2013. Now, a lot more controlled human exposure evidence downgrades that controlled human exposure component of the causality determination. And that's really what led us to change from likely to be causal to suggestive in the 2020 ozone ISA.
Yeah, thanks for going through that again, because I think that's helpful. I mean, what I had not remembered as clearly as you just stated was that you basically had one controlled human exposure study that tipped the balance, crossed the line to the next category. And now you have more evidence that is less consistent, and the rest of the literature is sort of more or less, I mean, there's more of it obviously, but it hasn't really changed anything. Is my understanding, a short version of what you just said. Yeah. Okay. And Steve, you wanted to chime in.
Yeah, I just wanted to actually, we do have a couple of the folks on who have worked very closely looking at those controlled human exposure studies. So I wanted to see if Jim Brown or Parker Duffney wanted to add anything to Tom's really nice summary.
I can just support what Tom just went through, and that CASAC very adamantly pushed for us to change our causality determination. And specifically in the letter to the administrator on the 3rd draft ISA, it said that given the Devlin et al. Study, we should add that to our biological plausibility or mode of action sections and use that to support the plausibility for upgrading. And so that was, at least to me at the time as the team lead, the main reason that we re-examined the evidence after our 3rd draft review and followed CASAC advice very specifically to increase that causality determination, which was what we said in our response to CASAC as well. That's all I can add, Steve.
Thank you.
I was just going to add, this is Parker. I just wanted to add that as Tom said, that the new controlled human exposure study information added more inconsistency. So it really helped to introduce more cause for questioning of the strength of the controlled human exposure data that already existed. So it wasn't necessarily that it played a role in how we interpreted epidemiology evidence. It really helped to increase the uncertainty in what was already known in the controlled human exposure literature. So that's it.
Thanks, Parker. And I'll just note too, this is Michael Stewart. I helped write the cardiovascular section in the last review. Tom brings up a great point. It's not the CVD. I'm sorry, it's not the controlled human exposure studies causing a downgrade to the epi. One thing we look for is consistency and coherence. And I think Dr. Gordon had talked a little bit about this. Maybe we see something in an epi study, but then we don't see it either in an animal tox study, and we don't see that endpoint in a controlled human exposure study. Or sometimes we'll see something in an animal study, which is at a much higher concentration, but then we don't see that in the controlled human exposure study. So again, it just came down to when we looked at the evidence in its totality in the last review, the consistency and coherence really wasn't there for a likely causal determination. Thank you.
Yeah, and so I wanted to ask, so following up on that, I mean, if you see suggestive evidence and say the epi literature, I think we're part of what we've been arguing in these meetings is there's reasons why you might not see it in the controlled human exposure studies. And so that doesn't necessarily shouldn't necessarily change the conclusions. I mean, I agree there's other lines of evidence as well.
That's a great point, Leanne. And I think that, if we looked at the epi and we said, wow, this epi is really strong that something's going on here. And then we had some animal tox that supported it, but then the controlled human exposure didn't, we might start thinking about, well, what is different about the controlled human exposure? But again, as Tom noted, since that the epidemiology was really, we would consider it weak, that it didn't rise to the level where we would be able to say that the epidemiology is really on its own something that we should reconsider what the controlled human exposures are saying.
Okay, thanks for that. Christina.
I have another process question, which I think was presented earlier, but I just wanted to state it again so I can understand. So how does the causality determination factor into what's considered in the policy assessment?
So probably somebody from EPA would be better answering that than me.
Yeah, I can start, but if Karen Wesson is still on or Deirdre Murphy, I would ask them to make sure what I state here is correct, given that they're the ones who take the ISA and use it for their policy assessment. But in general, as Karen had mentioned, they do tend to try and focus on what's the most policy relevant. And typically what they are looking at is the causal and likely causal categories. Although, as she mentioned, they look at all the evidence, but that's where they tend to focus the policy assessment.
Go ahead, Deirdre.
Hey, yeah, this is Deirdre. I'll just add, that's true. But I will remind you all, and those of you that have looked through the current draft for the reconsideration, we discuss what all of the conclusions are in the ISA and bring those forward and try to bring them forward faithfully, reflecting how they are stated in the ISA. So to the extent there are conclusions with regard to suggestive, that is laid out as it was done in the ISA, because the idea is to inform the administrator of where is the evidence the strongest. As Karen said before, the decisions need to be weighted by the evidence. And so to the extent the evidence is stronger for certain things, we want to make sure that we are clear on that point. And in doing that, we do tend, as was mentioned, to focus predominantly on causal and likely causal conclusions, but it's not to say we don't talk about the other ones, because we do. I think really where that often comes up is when we're thinking about how to do quantitative analyses, and do we have abilities to do different quantitative analyses. We might say, well, of the array we can do, we're going to want to make sure we definitely can look at the ones for which the evidence is strongest. And then we may be limited by tools and other things, but we do reflect it all.
Okay, thank you. I see Jennifer Peel, you have your hand up.
Yes, thank you. You know, I just wanted to weigh in here. You know, I wasn't assigned to this section, but when I look at the evidence for the short-term cardiovascular effects, I do see how it's reasonable to come to the conclusion about suggestive and not likely. I do think there is some inconsistency as you look at, and I really do focus on the EPA studies, both morbidity and mortality, and there is some inconsistency there. And so I can see how that wouldn't cross the line into likely. I do want to focus a little bit more on the long-term studies with cardiovascular, because again, here there is much less evidence here just in general for long-term and cardiovascular. But when I take a look at what was there in 2020, and again, you know, we have to caveat this with some of those studies that we've already talked about that have some limitations. And so when you consider the quality of the studies and the assessment, I do tend to move more to likely for the long term. Again, there's not as much there, but the ones that are there are fairly strong. These really very large cohort studies from the U.S., from Canada, that are providing some evidence for the long-term cardiovascular effects. So I wanted to hear a little bit more discussion about specifically the long-term effects from the people who really dug into this.
Thank you. Anyone want to comment on the long-term effects?
Sorry, I meant to add there that, and I think this is important because, you know, for the long term, as we've discussed previously, there aren't a lot of analogous supporting evidence that would come from a controlled human exposure study, you know, that would be directly analogous to these long-term studies. So I do think, you know, it's not necessarily a weakness that we don't see the consistency, that we don't see supporting evidence from some of these other lines of evidence. But the epidemiology is providing some evidence at a certain level here.
George.
I was going to add along those lines, but I'm going to save it for the next section on mortality rather than here. It could go either place, but I certainly will have some comments along those lines coming up soon.
Yeah, and I know that the deep dive I did on aspects was focused on the mortality endpoint, particularly total non-accidental mortality. But a lot of these studies, as you've mentioned several times today, are the same ones that are reporting on these other endpoints, that the ones that seem to be pretty importantly questionable. So I do think that that is something for us to consider, but I'm not hearing that anybody else wants to really strongly weigh in on the cardiovascular long-term effects. Maybe Terry?
Well, I was just going to ask, I'm not sure about the consensus from the whole group as far as likely or suggestive. That part would be difficult for me to write up. I guess the fact that we're not sure in some ways, and what EPA's logic is, does point to suggestive. But I'd like to hear from other people.
for short-term cardiovascular, I would still weigh in as likely. Now, I view likely, that category, to have a spectrum. I think it is just over the line to likely, and I would shy away from significant. Suggestive. Excuse me. To Jennifer's comments about long-term, that is something I did dive into, but there was less evidence to evaluate that was non-epidemiological. And to me, there was more uncertainty with those results. Doesn't mean they're invalid or incorrect, but I do agree with you when you look at things like the forest plots, you see significant connections to different cardiovascular endpoints in long term. I think that's an area that's ripe for development for EPA, and I don't think it would take too many more studies to show that there's a much more likely causality for long-term cardiovascular. For me, it didn't quite move the needle. It didn't really advance beyond what we had known in 2013, but it's going in that direction. I will admit I spent most of my time looking and thinking about the short-term stuff, because that's, to me, where the opportunity that was presents itself, in which you could provide a better analysis for EPA as they set the standards in the PA. But to answer Terry's question, I still fall on the likely category for short-term, and I would still say and suggestive for long-term.
So for me, I spent a lot of time considering the short-term effects, and I think that it should stay with suggestive. I'm sorry, stay likely to be causal, not change to suggestive, because of the concerns that I have with using with the controlled human exposure studies and it being in a healthy population, and just in terms of changing from a higher to a lower causality, I think needs to have more robust studies behind it. And I just didn't see that was written up in the ISA. I don't have any changes with the long-term effect. And so I think the suggestive is fine there. And this is bringing up some things with regards to at-risk populations, which we'll be talking about on Friday. So I think, I'll kind of save that discussion for Friday.
Jim Boylan.
Yeah, since we're all weighing in, yeah, my thought is that it should stay at suggestive, mostly due to, I agree that the EPI is pretty weak. When you look at the evidence that it, it may have, in hindsight, maybe should not have ever been raised up to likely in the first place. And the lack of human exposure effects, I would stick with suggestive for both.
And I guess not having done as thorough a review as I would like of this evidence, but also recognizing that a lot of new evidence is coming out, I think it's an important topic for the future, but I don't feel like I'm ready to make a suggested change. And I heard, I guess for either of the endpoints, I heard pretty strongly, it would be nice to have seen a little bit more of that in the document, but pretty strong, clear description of why the short term got changed, and the long term, I think, will probably in the future is probably where the evidence is going, but I don't think we're quite ready to do that yet. So I'm not seeing any more hands up. Terry, do you feel like you have what you need to write this section?
I do. It will be more difficult than the respiratory, but yes, I do.
Yes, I agree. This is going to be a harder write-up and a little more little less clarity overall, I feel like, for this endpoint or for this class of endpoints. So are we ready to move on? Does anybody, if you raise your hand, if you want to take another break, otherwise maybe we'll move on to the mortality effects. Christina, would you like, is that for a break?
I could do with a break, even if it's really brief.
Okay, let's just take a short break then. How about 5 minutes?
Hey, Leanne, do we have a feel whether Mark will be back for this section or?
He's supposed to be back at 2:30 Eastern time. So hopefully we can just let him weigh in when he shows up. Hopefully he'll be back then.
Okay, thanks. And Terry, you do have a challenging write-up. If you're, this is on the YouTube of the meeting is available. It's archived. It's there probably forever. And that might help you go back and revisit because it was a complicated discussion. I agree.
Thank you. That's a good idea.
Yeah, but I found that helpful to go back. Also, there's a transcript that the Zoom transcript, you can grab that and save it. So that's another way to get at it.
Oh, that'd be much better. Yeah. Thank you.
Go for it.
I didn't mark the time very well for 5 minutes, so not exactly sure where we're at. But let's see, we're talking about Ed Avall, Mike Kleinman, Terry Gordon, Mark Frampton, and Jennifer Peel. Are you all back? See Ed and Jennifer. Terry, Michael, okay, and Mark, we're expecting back soon. So I guess we'll go ahead and get started. Ed, do you want to lead us off?
Sure. So again, as a general overall perspective, several of the sort of the background discussions, the supported discussions in this category are sort of a similar song to many of the other conversations we've had with regard to respiratory and the previous discussion we just completed. I think a couple of things that are of particular note here in the case of mortality, from the 2013 to the 2020 ISA, there was a change in terms of the causality assignment to suggestive, but not sufficient. And of course, I guess that raises the question of what changed in terms of the available information. There was said to be inconsistent chamber exposure, cardiovascular changes. There was said to be some inconsistency on the EPA studies. The animal toxicology had been generally consistent, but there seemed to be some difference in interpretation of the EPA staff and looking at the data between the cardiovascular mortality in EPI compared with the chamber studies with regard to cardiovascular morbidity. So again, we'll talk some of the specific comments both from Leanne and from George related to a couple of the studies that seem to be the crux of maybe the shifting points on concern about consistency. I'll defer to allow them to talk about both the analytical design perspective in Leanne's comments and additional and larger issues from George's comments. But there was a change. Part of the change again, and then the other element, I guess, to be more complete is this recurring concern about what is in and what is out in terms of the PCOS limitations for studies eligibility. So I think that in all, we've talked about the sort of shifting sands, as it were, between confidence in EPI studies, confidence in controlled chamber studies, what the data show, how they're supportive of each other, what we haven't specifically commented in great detail about what the advantages of either approach are of the three, including animal toxicology. But of course, they each do have some strong strengths and limitations, and I think it's sort of there that we see some of these differences. I would say that because of the concerns raised, and again, I'll defer to Leanne and George to talk about those in detail, but because of the concerns raised, I'm not so convinced that there is the basis for the apparent inconsistency across the EPI studies. There are some legitimate questions, I feel, in the studies that were discussed as a basis for introducing the apparent inconsistencies across the breadth of data, if you will. So I'm not, I guess, in terms of the causal determinations, I guess I'm more of a 2013 guy in terms of thinking about this. But I have to admit that I actually was part of the panel in 2013. So it's not just that I'm holding on to a bygone era, but actually because of issues raised or about to be discussed and have been raised in written comments. I think that there are some questions about the data, the quality of the data that has been used. And I think for now, I'll probably just stop, let everyone else have their say, and then come back with some linkage and comments. Thank you.
All right, thanks. Michael, you're next.
Thank you. So I agree pretty much with what Ed was saying. And I just wanted to talk a little more about the downgrading from likely causal to suggestive for short-term mortality effects. The rationale stated, among other things, that there are substantial gaps in the biologically plausible pathways by which short-term ozone exposure could lead to cardiovascular mortality. And I think that needs to be more thoroughly evaluated because there is strong evidence for respiratory mortality. There is reasonable evidence for cardiovascular mortality effects. And as noted in Appendix 3, there are aspects of biological plausibility for ozone-related respiratory endpoints that could lead to mortality. So I think I agree with Ed. I am on the 2013 point of saying I think the downgrading should be possibly evaluated more thoroughly. The other question I wanted to look at let's see. So, the other thing I wanted to mention was consideration of new scientific evidence. And I sinned. I actually looked at the WHO compilation on ozone health effects. And they had two references, two articles that they pulled out that I thought would be worth looking at, which might not make it through the PECOS screening. But one was a 2020 study by Macedo Cabrera, and it used data from 406 studies in 20 different countries with overlapping periods between 1985 and 2015. And they collected that from the database of multi-city, multi-country collaborative research network. And the finding was significant short-term all-cause mortality in association with ozone above 70 microgram per cubic meter, which I believe is approximately 35 ppb. And that relationship held up when they restricted the analysis to only to data when exposures were above 100 micrograms per cubic meter, or about 50 ppb. I think that is a significant new study that should be looked into a little further. And Oriano in 2020 also did a meta-analysis of 196 articles. And pulling all that data together, they found significant associations of short-term all-cause mortality and exposure to ozone. In general, they found that associations were non-significant when they adjusted for a second pollutant. But correlations between the multiple pollutants in this study were kind of moderate to high, and that might make it very difficult to use a multi-pollutant model to correct the ozone effects. So I think, there is new literature out there that speaks to the issue. And I think in terms of being consistent with the other endpoints that we're looking at, and not just looking at all-cause mortality in kind of a vacuum, I think the short-term mortality should be returned to its suggestive status. I'll stop there.
You mean suggestive, or you mean return to the likely causal?
Return to the likely causal, sorry.
Yeah, thank you. All right, so Terry Gordon, you're next.
Yeah, when I got to, I guess I was a little bit flustered when I got to the statement where they said they're changing it from likely to suggestive. I wrote a note to myself, was really with a question mark, because when I look at the figures for both short-term and long-term ozone exposure and mortality, it looks pretty convincing to me to be likely to be causal. Pretty simple. And then when you get to figure 6.611, PM doesn't seem to confound it too much. It decreases things, but there's still some associations that stand up strong. So overall, I was surprised that it was changed. So I would stick with the likely to be causal. And I guess there's no reason to repeat what we've talked about before, which you brought up, Leanne, which is, how can you negate the mortality studies when with controlled human exposure studies that are with healthy people? It is puzzling that the increased mortality is not associated with some of those hospital admissions and morbidity. And I think EPA does make a good argument there. And it's even more surprising because with the increased mortality with PM 2.5, correct me if I'm wrong, there is good supported data from the morbidity data. So why it's not there for ozone, I don't know. I'm not an epi person, but it sort of points that, well, maybe there's not confounding for PM, because if it was PM confounding the mortality data, it sure should have shown up in the morbidity hospital data. And I do think there's, in suggesting that it should be likely, I do think there is some evidence, particularly in this, well, I think in both the short and long-term exposures, that there's concentration response relationships that would be relevant to the PA. That's all.
Okay, I don't think Mark is back yet, so let's go on to Jennifer.
Thank you. So focusing first on the short-term exposure and mortality section, I thought the section was really well done, and I appreciated the careful review. When thinking about the causality determination, I was definitely struck by that the evidence seemed more consistent than how it was characterized. And I would fall in the camp of saying that this was the evidence was likely causal based on the evidence presented in the 2020 ISA. And especially looking at respiratory mortality and total mortality, the evidence there I thought was fairly consistent and strong and fell within the rubric for likely to be a causal relationship. And in fact, I was struck by the EPA's own summary on page 6-21. How the summary is written actually struck me to be much more consistent with a likely causal than a suggestive. The way it was actually summarized by the EPA, whereas they came to the conclusion of suggestive, And I think this comes down to, again, perhaps the different interpretation of perhaps the rubric or the evidence itself. So for short term, again, I do think my perspective is that the evidence is likely causal. For long term, the ISA, the 2020 ISA concluded suggestive. When I reviewed the evidence for the long-term exposure, especially considering some of the studies that we've talked about before with some of the limitations, and those studies were the ones that really were providing some of the inconsistent results, including the Kim et al., the Carey et al., the Bente et al. 2015. They all have some, some weaknesses, and those, really were the ones that were not consistent with the rest of the evidence. I think both, for total mortality and for some of the cause-specific mortality as well in some cases. So when considering the studies, the quality of the studies, my view of the evidence was that it was much more consistent with a likely causal determination than suggestive. And then the second question, thinking about evidence, any new scientific evidence, I do think the new scientific evidence is consistent with the evidence that I just described and consistent with those determinations of likely. So I think there is new evidence, and I pointed out a couple of studies that looked only at total mortality, and then you can add these to the ones that looked at the cause-specific mortality as well that I and others have pointed out that have been published since the 2020 ISA for a cause-specific mortality, and the evidence is even further strengthened from the epidemiologic standpoint. As we've talked about earlier today, some of these are looking at using other methods, causal inference methods, other methods to look at this question, as well as just some other larger studies that have been published since then. And I think this is both the case for short-term and for long-term exposure. I think there are a couple of studies that further strengthen the evidence that was described in the 2020 ISA.
All right. Thank you. Jason Sachs has your hand up.
Yeah, I thought it would be good to clarify some of our thinking around the causality determination for short-term exposure mortality and give a little history of what happened in 2013, which is very much similar to the cardiovascular discussion we were having earlier. At that time, CASAC was very adamant that whatever causality determination we have for short-term exposure and cardiovascular effects, it should be consistent with what we have for short-term exposure and mortality, because cardiovascular mortality comprises the largest percent of total mortality, around 33 to 35%. And so that really factored in heavily into our thinking in this causality determination. But a couple other points that I wanted to touch on. So in the mortality evidence, we're focusing all on epidemiology studies. So we're looking at associations, and we need to keep in mind that association does not equal causation. And as a result, whenever we're writing the mortality sections, we're harkening back to what is the evidence we have for cardiovascular morbidity and respiratory morbidity that supports a potential continuum of effects that could lead to mortality. And because cardiovascular mortality is the biggest percentage of total mortality, when we look at the cardiovascular evidence, as we talked about earlier, we're stuck in the same area in that when we look at the really severe cardiovascular morbidity endpoints that could lead to hospital admissions and emergency department visits, those forest plots are pretty much null, as we showed in our presentation at the last time we all met. And then that in combination with the fact that we have these new controlled human exposure studies that are not showing strong cardiovascular effects, that's all factoring into our decision on the causality determination for mortality. So even though we have this very compelling case for respiratory related mortality, that's only about 7% of total mortality. So it leaves like a large amount of mortality that's still unaccounted for. And so we're trying to really build on what we have in the morbidity evidence along what we have in the mortality evidence, because we don't have experimental studies of mortality. And so we're focused. So unfortunately, on the epidemiology side for mortality, that's all we're left with. And we need to make sure that we're not focusing just on one line of evidence and making that causality determination. I'll let Tom add if he has anything he wants to mention about long-term exposure and mortality, but I'm also happy to take any questions if anyone has any.
Tom, do you want to weigh in now?
I don't think I have a lot to add. I think that a lot of good points have been brought up about the long-term exposure and mortality outcome. I think, again, we try to be really careful that we are not just looking at strength of association when it comes to mortality. And I think that, for long-term cardiovascular morbidity, for long-term respiratory morbidity, we did not judge the evidence to be as strong as some others might. And so, again, we're always talking about these fine lines between the causality determinations. I can see how it could be easy to come down on either side, especially for the long-term mortality. But yeah, we have had, I would say, in general, across all endpoints at EPA, we've had a harder time coming up with the biological mechanism by which long-term ozone exposure results in a lot of these health effects, because there's just been relatively speaking, so many fewer studies looking at long-term ozone exposure compared to short-term ozone exposure. I just feel like the depth and breadth of the short-term ozone exposure is tremendous, and the depth and breadth of the long-term ozone exposure is, relatively speaking, is much, much smaller. And so I think we've maybe that's biased us a little bit, I don't know, but we should we need to think more about the size of the evidence base and how we are considering that. And I think that's probably a point that's ripe for discussion.
Thank you. Michael, you had your hand up next.
Yes, I just wanted to raise the point that one of the confusion factors here is that lung and heart diseases are often comorbidities, and inhalation of ozone can irritate the lung, which can then cause all sorts of vasoconstriction, things like that put a bigger load on the heart. And changes in cardiac oxygen delivery is going to affect a lot of other organs. So sometimes the demarcation of what do you die from may not be all that clear. Basically, you die when your heart stops. So in general, they're all acute cardiac events somewhere, or at least in my mind. But I think it's important that we don't put too much of a wall between the respiratory and the cardiovascular deaths, even though cardiovascular deaths are attributed to have most of the largest portion of deaths.
All right, thanks for that comment. Ed.
Thank you. I have a follow-up question, I guess, for both Jason and Tom, both whose comments were actually quite helpful. We've talked from time to time about this so-called line and how close we're getting to this line and of convincing information going over under it. I got the sense, and correct me if I'm wrong, I got the sense that Jason, in your comments, that there was sufficient gap between where we are in terms of our understanding and that line to sort of keep us on the suggestive side, but not on the likely side. But from Tom's comments, I got the sense that maybe that they were close. He was closer to that line. So can either of you clarify for me sort of where you are?
Sure. I mean, I think we're all in the same mindset that the epidemiology evidence for mortality is very strong. But then we get in a position of we can't rely solely on epidemiology in making a causality determination. And that's where for cardiovascular morbidity, we really looked to well, do we have evidence in these hospital admission and ED visit studies that there are severe cardiovascular events being observed in the population? And because that evidence is really quite minimal in combination with what we have for these new controlled human exposure studies, it was really hard for us to have a causality determination that differed from what we were concluding for cardiovascular effects. And that's really getting back to the advice that we were given by CASAC back for the 2013 ISA of, because cardiovascular effects is such, or cardiovascular mortality is the biggest contributor to total, that those causality determinations should match.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and I'll just say that I think that you've touched on something, and you're very astute that, you know, I don't think it's a secret that we have deliberations internally in EPA to come up with causality determinations, right? And we bring in groups of people that have worked on different sections, and we talk about this. And you know, this was not one where we came in at the beginning and said we know it's going to be this and it's going to be this forever. I mean, we kind of went back and forth on both of these causality determinations, and there were lots of deliberations. And you know, this is where we landed, and I think we were all comfortable with where we landed, but it took us a long time to get there. I think also in the past with different ISAs, we've had the benefit of more back and forth with CASAC, and being able to hear CASAC comments and, you know, revise a second draft before we go to a final. With the 2020 Ozone ISA, we had one draft and then went straight to final, so there was less opportunity for us to have that back and forth. But I find these discussions extremely productive. So that's my 2 cents.
Yeah, well, thank you both. It's worth more than 2 cents for both your comments. I wonder if I could ask, or take the propriety or impropriety to ask, you know, in terms of, I presume now you're going to open it up to, because Mark's, I don't think, is back yet. You're going to open it up for comments to the general assemblage of CASAC panelists, and I would specifically like to hear or suggest that I'd like to hear from you, Leanne, from Mark is back. So,
yeah, so let's if Mark, if you feel ready to share your individual comments on mortality, we are just at the end of the assigned discussants, and thank you for being back. And yeah, I'll make sure to provide some summary of my written comments. But Mark, do you want to go ahead and go first?
Sure. I've got a mask on because I'm actually sitting in a waiting room, but and I don't have my comments in front of me. But if you're talking now about the total mortality,
yeah,
long-term mortality.
We're talking about all of it.
All of it, okay. Yeah, I mean, and sorry, I've missed the conversation over the past hour or so, but the gist of my comments is I agree with the downgrading of the mortality because of the weakness, not because of the human clinical studies so much, but because of the continued weakness in the morbidity data that was just pointed out from the EPA. It's really surprising, and you know, it's certainly true for the PM literature that there was clear signals of mortality and clear signals of morbidity across a number of cardiovascular endpoints. And you don't have that with ozone. I think that literature is weak and inconsistent. And I think it should put enough uncertainty, it should put a fair amount of uncertainty in the mortality data. So that's why I agreed. Now, somebody in their comments, I can't remember who, said that there should be, in order to downgrade the mortality or downgrade the causality determination, there should be new studies that would weaken the evidence. And I don't necessarily agree with that. And, you know, kind of reading between the lines of the ISA, I thought that the 2020 ISA maybe thought that the 2013 ISA had jumped the gun a little bit in going to likely causality because of this weakness in the morbidity. And then the more recent human studies kind of drove them more in that direction. Bottom line for me, I think the human studies there's too much weight on the human studies as we've talked about for the respiratory. But even if you take away the human cardiovascular studies, the weakness in the morbidity data, I think is enough uncertainty to make suggestive the appropriate level of causality.
Okay, thank you for that, Mark. So I think unless anybody wants to follow up, I think we're on to the comments that I shared yesterday on the long-term mortality. That's what you asked me to share. And I did a deep dive into some aspects. I actually feel a little uncomfortable about this because I don't feel like it was fair in the sense that I didn't have the time and the bandwidth to look at all the studies, and I focused on the ones where I thought the evidence was, where I wanted to find out if I could really believe the evidence because they were showing an inconsistency, whereas I didn't question, and I think this is unfair and what, ultimately we want EPA to be doing for us. I didn't question in the same deep and pervasive way the other studies that showed evidence in the opposite direction. So I wanted to preview my comments because that makes me a bit uncomfortable, but time was limited and I wanted to find out two particular things that in my research, I'm concerned about. One is exposure characterization. And maybe it's my bias as a statistician, but I don't really think in general we should be using transport and dispersion type models in epi studies. I think that it relies not enough on data. I think maybe that's my bias as a statistician. We should be using exposures that rely on actual measurements. So that was one thing I was looking for in these studies. And the other thing, particularly based on a recent study we published in Environmental Health Perspectives on dementia incidence and PM 2.5 exposure, and the experience we had with that survival analysis where we started the exposures and the data because of the long history in the greater Puget Sound area. We actually had PM 2.5 data from 1978 all the way up till, I can't remember the end date, 2018, I think it was. So an enormous time period. And we found that we had to pay an awful lot of attention to how we control for calendar time over that very long study in order to not have confounding bias by calendar time due to the enormous time trends in PM over that time period. And so that led me to really think about how people were implementing their Cox model analyses in these studies. And all three of the studies, the Kim et al., which I've already commented on, and they inappropriately used exposure at basically when a person failed. So if there's a trend in exposure, the way the Cox model estimates parameter, every time there's an event, you compare the exposure for the event versus everyone who remains in the risk set. And basically then the denominator is everyone who remains in the risk set. And if we're assigning future exposure to those people, and we're comparing it to person with present exposure, well, you can see that what you're going to estimate is about the trend in exposure and not about the health effect of interest. And so that was the problem with the the Kim et al. Study, and it's not clear to me on the other two studies if they might have done that, because I didn't feel like their documentation of their Cox models was adequate for me to really tell. I wasn't even sure. Well, one of them, I think it was clear that they used time since study enrollment as the time axis. But the other one, it wasn't clear even what their time axis was. And then there was the Bentaya by, that was a study, I think, where they used 4 different exposure metrics. And the way they were described, one of them looked like it might be the same problem as the Kim et al. Study, but it wasn't clearly well enough documented. But then I also, in looking at it, they had some additional analyses where they broke up their time period into shorter time periods, and they got very different ozone effects for each of the short time periods than they did for the entire time period, which says to me that there's some residual confounding lurking in that study that has not been clearly identified. And so for that reason, I felt like that led me to question that study. And you know, I don't know that this conclusion is yet definitive. I'd love to talk to the investigators and find out more about how they did their analysis and so on. The Carey et al. Study, the biggest concern I actually had with that one ultimately was the exposure and the way they characterized it with a model, and then the quality of it was based on number of days that exceeded 120 micrograms per cubic meter. And some of my colleagues can translate that into ppb, but the average in the study was 51. So, you know, much lower. And so who knows how good that exposure metric was. So so that led me to strongly doubt all 3. Well, one just needs to be removed, period. But the other 2, strongly doubt the other 2 studies that show robustly negative effects for the long-term effects. And then on top of that, I cited 2 studies out of the Medicare cohort, one of which shows, you know, and they both use new statistical methods for addressing confounding that allow more strong causal conclusions, assuming the assumptions are valid, of course. And the Way et al. 2021 found higher levels of ozone were associated with a greater risk of mortality. And the other one was actually about morbidity, because it was about hospital admissions. And that was the Yazdi et al. 2022. And that used a difference in difference analysis and looked at a rate of hospital admissions for cardiovascular disease, stroke, myocardial infarction, and respiratory diseases. And so, you know, that of course, neither of these studies were included in the ISA, but I think both of them suggest a strengthening of the evidence. I feel like we're not really in a position to state strongly that the conclusions should be changed based on this limited review, but it certainly is pointing in that direction. So that was my summary. George, did you want to make comments?
Yes, I wanted to kind of continue the discussion on study quality that you have you started. I did a shallow dive, so I should put out the same disclaimer as Leanne that, you know, it wasn't exhaustive of all the studies, but also I want to, another disclaimer is, well, not a disclaimer. I want to acknowledge the time pressure that EPA staff were under in the previous review, 2018-2020. That was unheard of, unbelievable to do all that work in what amounts to 2 years. So, you know, whatever critique I may have here, it has to be tempered in some regard by just the fact that the workload that EPA staff was thrown into was just over the top and unbelievable. So, oh, and Leanne, by the way, converting from the European microgram per cubic meter for ozone, 120, divide by 2, give or take a few percent. So that would be 60 ppb from that 120 microgram per cubic meter. So that said, let's see. So I wanted to, looking at figure 6-8, that's on page 629 of the ISA. That's the mortality, long-term mortality plot showing, in this case, I'm only looking at, it's in my comments, the more recent studies, which you have a lot that are, close to a hazard ratio of 1, some are somewhat above, a lot of them are, 1.01, 1.02. But then at the bottom of that, on figure 6-8, you have 3 studies, 2 in Europe and 1 in the South Korean study we've been talking about, that are remarkably different. They all have, the 3 of them have hazard ratios on the order of 0.8, and they're robust. It's not like, well, I guess maybe one of them crosses 1 just a bit. And they're strikingly different. And essentially it's an inverse association, and then that's basically saying ozone is good for you. And it seems to me like that ought to trigger closer scrutiny of these studies. I mean, PACOS is, I think, a useful structure for review and parsing the literature. But for these 3, I was struck by the fact that there's no discussion in the ISA of this unusual result for these 3 studies. I mean, I can understand a null result close to 1 in either direction, a hazard ratio slightly less than 1, error bars crossing 1 a lot is, okay, that's just noise. But in a well-done study, I just don't understand how you can get a robust hazard ratio of 0.8. Kim was done in South Korea, Carey in England, and Bentayeb in France. Issues with Kim, Leanne has already discussed that at length, and possibly some other issues with those other 2 studies. However, there's another kind of a bigger picture issue that may be driving this, and you could have a confounding effect of other co-pollutants that are inversely associated with ozone. I'm thinking in this case, automotive diesel is much more common in Europe. You get a lot of NOx and a lot of diesel PM. You get higher emissions and higher NOx, higher diesel PM, both of which are likely to have adverse health effects. We know PM has adverse mortality effects. These higher diesel PM emissions also will result in lower ozone because of NOx scavenging. So your higher ozone could be due to less diesel PM and NOx, and thus less mortality. So if you don't control for that, especially NOx, this could result in that inverse association that is showing up in these studies. Looking quickly at these 2 studies, Carey used an annual, not a seasonal ozone modeled as the exposure metric. And indeed, ozone was negatively correlated with all the other pollutants. That's table 1 in the Carey paper. It does not appear to control for NO2. All the other pollutants, and there were several, SO2, NO2, ozone, PM, I don't recall, they all had hazard ratios of greater than 1. So, they're all not good for you. And then there's ozone, which is negatively correlated. Well, that popped out as less than 1. And there's a good reason for that. And then Mark, in Mark's comments, he pointed out a Danish study from 29, Vidfelt, I think I'm pronouncing that correctly. And they also saw a hazard ratio of less than 1. And they also stated that, again, ozone was negatively correlated with all the other pollutants. And all the other pollutants, had effects. But they note, and I quote here, since a protective effect of ozone on mortality seems, they say, little plausible, well, I'll just say less plausible, we consider the lower hazard ratios in association with higher exposure to O3 in our study to be a reflection of the inverse correlation between ozone and truly harmful pollutants. Well, they got it. I'm not sure these other studies.
John Allen.
Whoops, excuse me, there goes the phone. There we go. These other studies didn't seem to catch that. And then Bentayeb is primarily not an ozone study. If you look at table 5 of the bi-pollutant, I thought I turned off the ringer. It doesn't silence the phone. Now you know my ringtone. It's not primarily an ozone study. Table 5 of the bipollutant models doesn't even include any ozone results. It's not there. So, I think I'd like to see EPA do a closer assessment of study quality for these two papers, since they do seem to play an important role in assessing the causality determination. Now, I'm not sure that if you removed those three, what's left, would that move the needle on causality as currently determined in the ISA? I don't know. That's a separate discussion. But the discussion here is really review of study quality and, what might we need to do beyond the PACOS structure. So I think, yeah, that's I think that covers it for now. Thanks.
All right, thanks, George. I think we're in a place to open it up to general discussion from anyone else who wants to chime in on this topic. Jeremy.
I mean, just to kind of weigh in George's last couple points there. I mean, I think that the issue of like what the role of ambient ozone measurements it is within like these EPI models, these population EPI models, this has been kind of, well, it's been discussed for some time, I think even before 2013. I mean, I think that, it's important that you kind of raise it again. But especially looking at those Asian studies too, I mean, it certainly does beg the question of whether or not we're like looking at confounding, or as I probably would say that, you have an issue of surrogacy, or that the ozone is actually serving as a better surrogate of the true, either pollutants or sources of interest here. It could be a very plausible explanation for that. But, I certainly remember discussing this many years ago as well in the context of ozone mortality. So, yeah, you just kind of highlighted what to me might be a pretty good example of what might be happening there. I don't think any of us would say that, look at that and say, oh, well, ozone is really protective and good for you. So I think I appreciate you kind of bringing that to the committee's attention again.
And I meant to mention this same issue could probably applies to short-term studies as well.
Well, I think it certainly applies to short-term studies. The issue of how well a centrally measured ozone measurement is, it's correlated to an actual individual level exposure. Even the temporal patterns themselves is kind of questionable and kind of varies from locale to locale. So, when you start to kind of envelop the measurement error issues and how that differs from place to place and from study to study, I could come up with a number of really good explanations as to why we kind of sort of see those counterintuitive results that you highlighted.
And in terms of the long-term studies, I think what is, in my mind, emerging as something that really important that I would hope EPA would pay a lot of attention to in the future is how people are doing the analyses and whether they understand how to fit these Cox models. And how whether they're reporting and documenting the timescale of their analysis, and whether they're addressing confounding both temporal and spatial is actually quite important for these long-term studies. Of course, it depends on, are you talking about the whole country or a fairly small region? That was another thing I think I failed to mention in the English study. I think that was which one was that? Maybe it was the Carey study. Yeah, the Carey study is that it seems like there was some differences in ozone across the region that they studied, and yet they didn't seem like they accounted for space really that well. And that would be another. So I think these long-term studies are not that straightforward to get the best possible answer from the evidence. Let's just put it that way. And not all of them in the literature, I think, are being vetted by the peer review process well enough. Maybe it's just the peer reviewers are not expert enough to know what to look for and to demand that it's reported. And so you can't tell when you read it after it's published. So, any additional comments on this topic? Jennifer.
Hi, thank you. I wanted to return to this in thinking about the causal determinations, or our kind of perspective on whether this is shifting the needle or not when we think about the evidence for the short term and long term. It seems like one of the issues, or one of the differences in perspective that we're seeing between when people are falling in the camp of suggestive or likely for either the short term or the long term, is the role of the morbidity evidence and maybe the lines of evidence for biologic mechanism, to support what I think there is a consensus of fairly strong evidence for mortality. So in terms of the epidemiologic studies. So I guess I wanted to hear a little bit from the EPA staff, what is the role of either the mechanism or the morbidity studies, and how that fits in with the rubrics. And this may very well come down to a difference of interpretation of the rubrics for the causality determinations, because my read of those, I think it depends on what you're considering the evidence, when we use that term evidence, what you're including in there, because there isn't an explicit need, an explicit statement that requires for example, underlying biologic mechanism in terms of evidence provided. So I just wanted to hear a little bit, and I know that this is a really broad topic, but I think that's where we're coming down in terms of differences, potential differences on these very fine lines.
Tom, are you going to go first?
I'll go first, and then I'll kick it to Jason. So I just wanted to say that, specifically talking about ozone and mortality, when we were talking about short-term evidence, the fact that we saw very little epidemiologic evidence that people were going to the hospital for things like ischemic heart disease, myocardial infarctions, strokes, made it hard for us in our minds to then be like, well, if those things aren't happening and some people aren't surviving enough to go to the hospital, how is it just that ozone is directly killing everyone and no one is able to survive an ozone exposure and at least get to the hospital first? And so that's kind of, if we're not seeing those kinds of hospital admissions for some of the more severe morbidity effects, it's hard for us to imagine how the whole population would skip over all of those and go right to mortality. But I want to give Jason a chance to weigh in, because he has worked a lot more with the biological plausibility and how we apply it across the ISAs.
No, I totally agree with what Tom said. And I think, if you contrast this with PM, like we have a completely different story there, where we have all of this morbidity evidence of hospital admissions and emergency department visits, and it helps fill in the gaps to convey, like, how is it plausible that we can get to mortality? And so when although we're looking at these separately, we do try and think about what do we learn from previous assessments and what kind of evidence supported different determinations. It's always in the back of our mind as we're working on another assessment. And so, although we're not comparing it with PM, we're thinking about what is the evidence base generally that formed our conclusions. And so we have these bigger gaps for short-term exposure mortality than we've had in the past when making causality determinations overall for mortality.
Okay, does that help you, Jennifer?
It does. And I do think, This comes down to, potentially a difference in interpretation in terms of, what that rubric for likely causal, because it seems like, you could be likely causal without some of that supportive evidence that is being described. Based on my read of that rubric. But again, I can completely understand that logic.
Okay, Mark, you have your hand up.
Yes, yeah, and I'd probably come down on the other side of Jennifer's last comment that to me, the relative absence of the morbidity data comes down to plausibility. How plausible is a mortality effect when you don't have the morbidity? To me, that's a huge gap, and is enough in and of itself to not meet likely to be causal definition. Again, it's all judgment, and the different people come legitimately to different places on this, but it's biologically and physiologically and medically, it makes sense that how can you have a mortality effect of ozone without a morbidity effect? The only way is if ozone is causing out of hospital sudden death, and through a mechanism like an arrhythmia, and there's just no evidence for that. And there have been studies of out of hospital sudden death. So to me, that's a major weakness that justifies the suggestive rather than likely.
Okay, thank you for that. Has this discussion run its course to, I guess I'll circle back to, I see we actually underlined both Ed and Mike Kleinman. That may have been a little bit of an error, but anyway, did Mike and Ed do you feel like you have enough to lead this, this response?
Well, I certainly have a lot of material on which to draw upon. It seems like we have a sort of not quite a consensus. We have a strong opinion about likely and suggestive, but a substantial sort of sub-discussion from the medical side, primarily about the plausibility that connects morbidity to mortality. So I'm just wondering if there's if I misread it, Mike, I don't know if you got the same sense, or if that's where we are. But I certainly have a lot of information here, and I think consolidate it and present a cogent summary of where we are with that.
I agree. There's a fair amount of discussion that will be difficult to summarize, but I think it's something that can be done. We may be at a point where some of us will agree to disagree with others, but I think we can put together a report, and I'll be happy to work with you, Ed, on doing that.
Yeah, and I mean, this we're not obviously affecting any conclusions that were drawn in this completed, finalized 2020 ISA. But our perspective is presumably feeds into at least the advice we're going to give on the policy assessment. We do already have the draft, so I don't know that it will change. I suppose there's some chance in the next couple months, but this discussion will obviously feed into how our advice on that.
I agree. I mean, I think what this will do is also identify some areas, for which the EPA staff, may want to think about how they structure what paths they take in terms of looking forward to the next ISA.
Yeah, and that is an important aspect, a side benefit, I would say, for this discussion, which is really ultimately preparing us to do what we were asked to do back in June, which was comment on the policy assessment, and we didn't feel ready to do that. So Jim Boylan.
Yep, I just wanted to weigh in. I agree with Mark in his comments and support suggestive. Just want to get on the record. Thanks.
Okay. Does anyone else wish to comment? I'm looking at the time and feeling like we've run this conversation for a while, and we have our lead discussants feel like they can work with that. So I'm thinking, unless there's anybody else that wants to weigh in, we will close out the meeting and come back again on Friday.
Yeah, and just a reminder to members of the public, if you would like to make an additional clarifying comment, again, brief, and they should be additional comments, not repeating the same comments that were made before. Please register with me by 11 a.m. on Friday. With that, we can be recessed until Friday, and we'll be back at 11 a.m. Eastern time. Thank you.